2015 Longmont City Council meeting to order. This is a regular session. Could we please start with a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Coombs.
Here.
Council members Bagley, Christensen, Finley, here. Levison, here. Moore, here. Santos, here. Mayor Coombs, we have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at first, public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on that list have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing items this evening or at final call, public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. So now we have a motion from the October 13th regular session minutes. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move passage of those minutes.
Second.
All right. Got a motion. It's been seconded. Let's vote. Yeah, we got it. Okay, it's 6-0. It passes with Councilmember Bagley absent. Valerie, are there any agenda revisions?
Yes, Mayor Coombs, there was a page passed out at your desk tonight for item 9C2, which is ordinance 2015-60, having to do with adoption of the codes, the residential building codes. This is a new page 25. There was a change to line 8 and 13. It changes the effective date of the residential code to 2019, not 2016, and not the whole code, just sections of that
okay.
code. And that's
Thank
it.
you. Is there a report from the city manager?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, so now it's time for the special reports presentation. I guess Jim Golden, the finance director, will give a presentation now.
Mayor Coombs, this is on the presentation of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association to the City of Longmont for the 2015 operating budget.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance, and as you just heard, this is the presentation of our 2015 award budget for our 2015 budget, the award from the Government Finance Officers Association. We've received this award. This is the 24th year in a row it's been received by the city. It's for the highest form of recognition in governmental budgeting. It's a significant attainment and achievement for the city. Longmont's one of 927 cities in the United States and 34 within the state of Colorado that have achieved this honor for 2015. It reflects the commitment of the council and the staff to meet the highest principles of governmental budgeting. And to receive this award, we must publish a budget that meets nationally recognized criteria for effective budget presentation. So there's 27 criteria that are used to assess how well a government's budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, operations guide, and a communication device. And a panel of independent reviewers reviews this budget and decides whether it meets that criteria. So we tonight are accepting the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And along with that, the GFOA provides a certificate of recognition for the staff member that's most responsible for achieving this award. And that certificate of recognition is for Teresa Malloy, our budget manager. And just want to say a couple things about Teresa. This has been an incredible year for us. With we're going through our financial implementation over the last year. And about a year ago now, Teresa stepped into the co-project manager role for that HATS project, and she's been leading that as well as working as your budget manager on a full-time basis. She's tireless. She's an amazing worker. I have had 4 managers reporting to me in the past year, and 3 of them have left the city. A couple of them retired, and one went to a better opportunity. if I had to be left with one of those four, and there's nothing against the other three, but this person is very key to this organization. I hope you realize how much she does for you. This budget that you'll be adopting tonight, she's mainly chiefly responsible for putting this one together as well. So I think she's well deserving of this recognition. So with that, Mayor, if we could maybe do the photo op and get Teresa down here.
I think I speak for the entire city council, but we all really appreciate the hard work that you do.
Thanks, Teresa. Thanks, Teresa.
Okay, now we have a proclamation designating November 2015 as Citizens United with Law Enforcement in Longmont. And we have the members of the Fraternal Order of Police are here to accept the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Proclamation designating November 2015 as Citizens United with Law Enforcement Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the men and women of our nation's law enforcement agencies wear their uniforms with honor, dedication, and integrity, these uniforms have made them targets by those who seek to kill or injure law enforcement officers simply because of their profession and commitment to duty. And whereas the national law enforcement family mourns the recent loss of several law enforcement officers, and whereas the citizens of Longmont stand with families of the fallen, the officers currently protecting our community and officers throughout the U.S., and whereas the Fraternal Order of Police has called on the national administration to acknowledge this crisis and ask them to work with us to address the violent surge against police, to expand the federal hate crimes law to protect police, to reauthorize the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program, and to fully fund state and local law enforcement assistance programs that provide our men and women in the field with the resources and the equipment they need to do their jobs and get home to their families at the end of their shifts. Now, therefore, I, Dennis L. Coombs, Mayor, by the virtue of authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim November 2015 as Citizens United with Law Enforcement Month in Longmont, and invite all citizens in the community to stand together with the officers of the Longmont Department of Public Safety and officers nationwide to honor the 29 officers lost this year, and ask citizens to light a blue light every night in their honor. So come on down if you'd like to say a few words, or just do the photo. Yeah, there. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, so now we have public invited to be heard. And I guess we should note for the record that Councilmember Bagley is now present. So we have Terry McHugh. Please come down and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Terry McHugh. I reside at 2185 Hackberry Circle in Longmont. I was told I might be chided for speaking on the hospital in the general, but my health stamina and my medication schedule doesn't permit me to stay very long, so I prefer to have my say. I'll go home and watch this at home. On July 8th of 2009, I thought it was best that I call 911. Within 4 minutes, Longmont Fire was at my side. Another 2 minutes, paramedics were at my side. Within another 5 minutes, we were on the road for a 5-minute trip. I heard them counting down on my way to Longmont United Hospital. The next morning, when Dr. Backup came into my hospital room and looked at my ultrasound, I thought her face was going to split open. She was smiling so wide. And she told me, "We caught you in time. There was no damage to your heart muscle." And she explained that it's a matter of minutes as to how much damage can be caused when you're having a massive heart attack. This hospital, I fear, can complicate matters and may cost someone like me their life or possibly their health down the road. There is no overuse of services at Longmont United Hospital. The hospital is less than half full. The emergency room, and I've been there a number of times, is never overcrowded and always helps people in a timely manner. This new hospital is further away from the vast majority of the population of Longmont than Longmont United Hospital. I heard from a doctor that if we don't build it here, it'll be built out in Firestone or Frederick. Fine. That's where the growth is. They deserve a hospital out there. Build there. I heard that we'll lose the tax base. This is supposedly a not-for-profit organization. There is no tax base. I have a business. I don't charge taxes to Longmont United Hospital, and I won't to the new hospital if it's built. This is far more than whether it passes a zoning regulation. This is far more than whether it's legal to build in this piece of property. This affects the health and welfare of the city of Longmont. This is quite clearly a grab of power and a grab of patience.
I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
They couldn't even open up their emergency room in northern Colorado this week because they couldn't staff it.
Your 3 minutes is up. Georgetta Johnson? Yeah, Eugene?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I get the feeling that a few of these people in the room might be here to talk about the hospital. I thought it might be appropriate for those that aren't familiar with our procedures that the appropriate time to speak about the hospital is during the public hearing item, when the agenda item comes up in 11A. This is for public invited to be heard for matters not on the agenda.
Georgetta Johnson?
Mayor and council, I just came to remind everybody that we still need a house and that we're praying and hoping that you are working on this since May, June, July, August, September, October, now November. So my husband isn't feeling well or he would have came with me tonight. So anyway, that's what I've got to say is I'm still reminding you, attending things and seeing that what's going to work out for us. Thank you for listening to me talk.
Thank you. Ken Smith?
Mayor Coombs and members of council, my name is Ken Smith, and I am here representing Citizens for Arts to Zoo. Some of you may be familiar with that.
And
with the
what's your
act.
address, sir?
Forgive me, 2441 Broadway
Okay.
in Denver.
Thank you.
Again, I'm here with Citizens for Arts to Zoo, otherwise known as CATS, and I just basically wanted to come by in view of what appears to be a lengthy public hearing you're going to be having tonight, to introduce myself, to extend an invitation to you all to use me as a resource on any and all issues related to SCFD reauthorization. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, I guess that's the end of first call, public invited to be heard.
Are you ready for second reading?
Yes.
First item on your public hearing and second readings is the 2015, ordinances 2015-52 through 55, which are your 2016 budgets. I'll read the ordinances, and then we'll have one presentation on all of them.
Okay.
Ordinance 2015-52 is a bill for an ordinance fixing and levying taxes upon the real and personal property within the city of Longmont for the year 2015 to pay budgeted expenses for the 2016 fiscal year. Ordinance 2015-53 is a bill for an ordinance fixing and levying taxes upon the real and personal property within the Longmont Downtown Development District for the year 2015 to pay budgeted expenses of the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for the 2016 fiscal year. Ordinance 2015-54, a bill for an ordinance adopting the budget for the city of Longmont for the year 2016. And ordinance 2015-55 is a bill for an ordinance making appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2016. The public hearing and second reading for all of these ordinances is scheduled for your next meeting, which is, I'm sorry, no, this is the second reading. I'm sorry,
Second,
this
yeah,
is the
yeah.
public hearing. And Jim Golden will make a short presentation? No? Or Teresa?
Okay.
Mayor Coombs, members of council. So those, you have the ordinances in front of you. I guess one thing we did want to do tonight is some of the council did receive an email from a member of the public this afternoon, and we wanted to bring to your, or respond to you and bring to your attention, and actually an error that the citizen did find in our budget. And it has no bearing on the ordinances that are about to be heard tonight, but or acted on tonight. But the 2014 column in Electric and Broadband Fund statement on page 378 was it shows bond proceeds in 2014 of $41,330,150. And in fact, that number is, the amount of the bond proceeds that we received was $40,320,609. Amazing that he found this. He is comparing our budget document to one of our bond official statements from last year, and that's a lot of, I got to hire that person to do that type of work for us, because we don't go that far. But in fact, what we did is we captured a number that is an internal transfer that we record to transfer debt from our operating fund to our debt service fund, which is an unbudgeted fund. It's just a matter of moving money, so we keep our debt payment money separate as required. And so the amount that we transferred in 2014 was $1,009,541, and that did get added into that bond proceeds number. So it needs to be removed, and it will be removed in the final version of the document. The impact of it is at the bottom of the page. The contribution to reserves will be increased by that same dollar amount of $1,009,541. So again, it has no bearing on the ordinances that you're acting on tonight.
Okay.
I can answer any other questions you have on that.
Anybody have any questions? Councilmember Levison?
So you don't need us, that can just be done administratively. You don't need us to, direct you to make that correction. That's just something that's been pointed out, and you'll take care of it.
Right, and since it's a 2014 number, it won't impact anything you're acting on.
And I'm sure when the final budget is presented, is published, that person will also be looking to make sure that was done. I'm sure they'll be checking.
That'd be great.
Thanks for giving us that information and being so quick to correct it, Jim.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to now open up the public hearing on ordinance 2015-52 through 55. Is there anybody from the audience who wishes to speak on any of these items at this time? I guess seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. So I'll need a separate vote on each one of the ordinances. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move ordinance 2015-52.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Polly, you need to vote. Okay. Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move ordinance 2015-53.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
You want to do one?
Okay, that passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move ordinance 2015-54.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Santos.
Last one. I move ordinance 2015-55.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Gotta wait till it's cleared. Okay, passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is ordinance 2015-56, a bill for an ordinance approving the Town of Lyons contract to buy and sell real estate for the conveyance of the city's north and south water treatment plant properties to the Town of Lyons. And there was a presentation last time, so there won't be one this evening, unless you have questions.
No. Is there any questions from council before I open this up for a public hearing? All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2015-56. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak on this item at this time? I guess seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 2015-56. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to move passage of ordinance 2015-56.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, your next item is the consent agenda. Item 9A is 2015-57, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2015. Public hearing and second reading is scheduled for November 10th. Item 9B is ordinance 2015-58, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Rogers Grove annexation, generally located east of Hover Street and north of Boston Avenue, and zoning the property P for public. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for November 10th, 2015. Item 9C has to do with the International Code amendments, and there are two ordinances. C1 is ordinance 2015-59, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 16.32 of the Longmont Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2015 edition of the International Fire Code. And item C2 is ordinance 2015-60, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapters 16.04, 16.06, 1612, 1614, 1616, 1620, 1622, and 1640 of the Longmont Municipal Code, adopting by reference the 2015 edition of the International Building, Residential, Mechanical, Fuel, Gas, Plumbing, Property Maintenance, Energy Conservation, and Existing Building Codes. And this is the item that has the page at your desk. Item 9D is Resolution 2015-80, amending the financial policies of the City of Longmont for 2016. Item 9E is Resolution 2015-81, authorizing a loan from the fund balance in the city's fleet fund to the DDA Construction Fund and providing for repayment of the loan from the DDA Tax Increment Fund. Item 9F is Resolution 2015-82, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and the State of Colorado for a Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Planning Grant Agreement for an Unmet Needs Assessment. Item 9G is Resolution 2015-83, supporting the application for a local park and outdoors recreation grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund for the Garden Acres Community Park. Item 9H is Resolution 2015-84, approving the Third Amendment to an agreement for water trap outside city limits between the city and Philip M. Willis and Marcia A. Willis. Item 9A is Resolution 2015-85, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the City of Lafayette for mutual aid for fire protection. Item 9J is Resolution 2015-86, approving the IGA between the city and Summit County Ambulance Service, a department of Summit County government, for grant funding for a consolidated Zoll Medical EMTS provider grant. Item 9K is Resolution 2015-87, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Denver Urban Area Security Initiative for grant funding for matching funds for ballistic vests and helmets. Item 9L is a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the State of Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security for grant funding for Operation Buffalo Shield Training Reimbursement Grant. And item 9M is Resolution 2015-89, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the State of Colorado Department of Public Safety for a grant supporting restorative justice practices in schools. And staff does not need to pull any of these items for a presentation.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Ballard, just a clarification. For 9C2, do we need to make that adjustment?
No, that assumes the change has already been made since this is first reading.
Okay. I move the consent agenda.
I'll second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0.
Mayor Coombs, the first item of general business is the appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission decision on the University of Colorado Health Longs Peak Hospital preliminary subdivision plat, preliminary PUD plan with modifications to parking, building materials, and pedestrian connections development standards, and building height exception. And Brian Schumacher will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Brian Schumacher, Planning Development Services. So you have before you the appeal on this matter, and I'm going to provide some brief remarks. Some of them are outlined in your council communication. The first is provided at your desk was a handout regarding the recommended appeal procedure for this appeal hearing. And those steps involved, first I'll provide a brief overview to the council as part of the appeal report. The next step would have the appellant provide a presentation to the council, and we're recommending that be limited to 15 minutes. The next step would be the applicant and the representatives would have an opportunity to present to the council, again limited to 15 minutes. After that, they would open up a public hearing on this item as part of the appeal hearing, and anyone in the audience may present information on this matter. Suggested limit was 2 minutes per speaker. That's up to council to decide if they'd like to keep to that limit or provide additional time. One thing I did want to note is that council may only consider evidence that is relevant to the issues raised in the notice of appeal by the appellant. After that, council would have an opportunity for questions and discussion. Beyond that, the next step would be rebuttal opportunities by staff, the appellant, and the applicant. And we're recommending that that be limited to 5 minutes for each party. After that, there'd be council discussion. If there's no further questions to staff, parties, or the public, then there wouldn't be an opportunity for further rebuttal. But if there is, then there'd be opportunities for additional rebuttal if there are specific questions to each of the parties. And then after that, council would vote on the appeal resolutions. So that's just a brief overview of the recommended steps associated with the appeal hearing. I'm going to provide just a brief overview with respect to the project and then also some of the steps involved with the appeal hearing. So this proposal is the University of Colorado Health. They've submitted a preliminary subdivision plat and PUD development plan at the northwest corner of Highway 119 and County Road 1. As part of the preliminary PUD plan, the applicant requested modification to several development standards, and those are outlined in your packet, including a building height exception, and then there was also some modifications related to parking, pedestrian connections, as well as building materials. The preliminary subdivision plat includes approximately 85 acres on 6 lots. It also includes primary greenway outlots, street right-of-way, a ditch and drainage and utility easements. But only one of the lots at this time is being developed with the initial phase of construction for the hospital. The preliminary PUD plan for the hospital includes approximately 28 acres. The initial phase of development for the hospital would include the hospital building with 48 patient beds, an ambulatory service center, and a central utility plant. A helipad is also planned for medical-related emergency flights. Future phases of development includes a medical office building, hospital expansion with additional patient beds, and an ambulatory service center expansion. I just wanted to note this property is currently zoned PUD commercial, and under the PUD commercial, hospital, medical offices, and related accessory uses are allowed use under that current zoning of the property. This item was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission on September 23rd as part of a public hearing on the applications. And just wanted to note that the initial public comments, written comments, and concerns were received several days prior to the commission hearing. At the commission hearing, there were 17 members of the public that addressed the commission during the hearing. Most of the public testimony addressed similar issues as brought up by the appellant, that the new hospital is not needed and that if constructed will likely have adverse impacts to existing medical services and facilities in Longmont. There were several members of the public that indicated support for the proposed hospital and noted that the new hospital will provide additional medical services in the area and more opportunities for choice in medical care. Follow the decision, or follow the discussion and public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission conditionally approved the applications by a 6-to-1 vote, and there's a copy of the resolution in your packet. They made a finding that the review criteria had been met. There's copies of the draft meeting minutes in your packet as well. Regarding the appeal issues, one notice of the appeal was submitted by Mr. Ryan Berry within the 7-day appeal period following the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. In the appeal notice, Mr. Berry contends that the second hospital is not warranted in Longmont and that if constructed, the new hospital could have a detrimental impact on Longmont United Hospital and existing health care services and facilities in Longmont. I will want to note that appeals typically address more immediate impacts that a proposed development may have on surrounding properties and neighborhoods, such as traffic, parking, school capacity, site design, and general compatibility. Mr. Berry's notice of appeal does not raise concerns with the site design, the requested modifications or exceptions, or compatibility with the surrounding area, but rather more community-wide concerns regarding the impacts a new hospital will have on the supply and demand of medical services and facilities in the community. The University of Colorado Health Legal Counsel submitted a response to the notice of appeal. In that memorandum that's included in your packet, they indicated that the applicant believes that there are no grounds for the appeal and that the application is consistent with the applicable review criteria for the applications under review. In addition to the notice of appeal from the appellant and the memorandum from the applicant, several other letters from the public and the applicant have been entered into the public record, and those are included in your packet or included as supplements, and they were also provided on the city webpage as well. And those include letters from Kevin Kavanaugh, Richard Jacoby, Linda Pryor, and Kenneth Kavanaugh. And each of those letters provide additional information regarding health care facilities and services in Longmont. In addition, there was a letter submitted from Dan Robinson with UC Health, and that addresses health care services that the proposed hospital will provide to the community. With respect to the specific review criteria and development standards that these applications are based on, The review criteria for the applications, as noted, both in the council communication as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission communications, focus primarily on 5 main things. The first is consistency and compliance with the comprehensive plan and local, state, and federal standards, regulations, and requirements. The second is the ability of the city and other infrastructure providers to serve the proposed development. The third is compatibility of the proposed development on surrounding properties and neighborhoods. The fourth is the impact of the proposed development on surrounding properties and the natural environment. And the fifth is the availability of adequate transportation planning associated with the project. The common and specific review criteria for these applications and city standards in the Longmont Municipal Code do not address business competition or require an economic or fiscal analysis of potential impacts that a new hospital or medical facilities may have on existing medical facilities and services in the community or surrounding area. I also wanted to note, and this was in your council communication, that there are several other recent medical facilities that were either recently approved or are currently under review. Those include the First Choice Emergency Room at Main Street and 21st Avenue, or are currently under review in the development application process. That would include the Front Range Health and Wellness Center. That includes a skilled nursing rehabilitation facility, orthopedic center, medical office building, and a athletic club near Highway 119 and Dry Creek Drive. All of these medical facilities, including the proposed University of Colorado Health Longs Peak Hospital, are being reviewed under similar review criteria and standards for consistency. Also noted in your communication, that in addition to the criteria and standards in the Longmont Municipal Code, since the State Certificate of Needs programs were referenced in several of the letters, staff did provide a brief summary in the communication regarding these programs and a map showing which states that have or do not have a Certificate of a Needs program. And just in summary, the state of Colorado does not require a Certificate of Need for a hospital to be built. With that, that concludes my remarks. Next up would be the appellant, Mr. Berry, to provide information to the council. And if you have any questions, be happy to respond to those.
Here comes.
Well, typically, we would wait until we hear from the applicant and the appellant, and then the council has a chance to ask questions at this point, but...
Question process.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just want to reiterate, before we get going, to basically restate what you just said, okay? And so I think it might, before we hear any of the evidence, I'm only speaking 1 of 7, but I want to make sure that legally we're operating tonight in a quasi-judicial capacity. Basically, we're judges rather than city council members. So first of all, the standard is plain error. It's not de novo review, meaning we're not acting as if nothing's happened. We have to find that the Planning Commission plainly erroneous, that they screwed up. Right, Eugene? Mr. May? Based on the criteria. And I haven't got to that point yet, but that's it, correct?
That's correct. Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, it's the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission was plainly in error.
Okay, and then what we're looking at is number 1, asking is the application consistent with the LACP? And does it conform to any previously approved concept plan, etc.? 2, does the application comply with applicable design standards and construction specifications? 3, the application is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zone and proposes development compatible with neighboring, existing, and approved developments in terms of land use, layout, site design, and access. 4, the application will not significantly adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment, existing or planned city transportation, or utility services or facilities, or the impacts will be mitigated to the extent feasible considering existing plans and zoning for the area. And 5, the application includes an appropriate transportation plan, including multimodal transportation access, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct, Mr. May?
Councilmember Bagel, yes, those are the common review standards, and then there are additional standards for the plat and PUD.
All right, okay, just making that clear to everybody as we start this. And then by way of airing it out, I see several of my surgeons in the room. I don't know why you're here, what you want. Dr. Cooney? He will probably be having me under general anesthesia with a knife. Yes, or Dr. Mannion. He's my urologist. And so I think, I don't know when I come down, but I think I can handle it, even if they threaten me. So I'm just putting that out there. So.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I think we all have various medical professionals that we all see in the audience. But also, just make clear in our council communication that council may augment the record by considering additional evidence, but only the evidence that is relevant to the issues raised in the notice of appeal. Am I correct?
Yes. That's correct. Sounds like a direct quote from the
It is a direct quote. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So now it's time to for the appellant to present the evidence.
This isn't
And you're-
intimidating at all.
We do this every Tuesday.
That's right.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Ryan Berry. I live at 1239 Hunter Court, Unit A in Longmont, Colorado. I'd like to start by thanking the City Council for taking the time to listen to my appeal. Regardless of what occurs tonight, I am proud to live in a community that listens to its citizens. I'm not an employee of Longmont United Hospital, but I have been a resident of Longmont for the past 30 years. As such, I stand here today not to represent Longmont United, but as a citizen of the city who's concerned about the safety of our community. As stated in my appeal, I did not speak at the Zoning Commission meeting on September 23rd, but I did take the opportunity to attend to listen to people speak passionately about the perceived positives and negatives of having a second hospital built in the city of Longmont. Almost all people that spoke that night were employees of either Longmont United or the Longmont Clinic, though there was at least one resident who came forward to speak against the construction of this hospital that lived near the area, the planned area. From those that spoke that night, there was a majority of people against the construction of the hospital. However, in the end, the project was approved with only a single dissenting vote due to safety concerns. Since then, I have spoken to a number of residents, independent practitioners, LUH staff, as well as some Longmont Clinic staff under an agreement of confidentiality, and I've heard overwhelming support against the need or benefit of this new hospital. The night of the Zoning Commission's decision, many people spoke about the legacy of both Longmont United as well as the Longmont Clinic. It became somewhat of a competition as the two groups debated about who's been around longer, which facility the citizens of the town helped build, who delivers better care, and so forth. Ultimately, while interested in learning the history of both buildings, these things do not matter when it comes to the Zoning Commission. What does matter and was missed in the Zoning Commission's decision is the effects of another hospital and its potential impact on our existing hospital and, by extension, the surrounding community. What this comes down to is simple. The current facilities of health care in Longmont are more than sufficient to care for our population now and the foreseeable future. Presently, Longmont United Hospital has an occupancy rate of slightly over 50%, which is roughly the same occupancy rate of all surrounding hospitals in Boulder County and below the national average. This makes Boulder County flush with open patient beds to handle a far greater population than we presently have. In addition, with the construction of the Longs Peak Hospital, there will be 9 hospitals within a 20-mile radius, far more beds than our population can presently support. This is not new information. What was not stated plainly enough during that meeting, in my opinion, is the potentially disastrous effects that constructing this hospital may have on our current healthcare system. This is not an uncommon problem to have. In New Jersey, an article about the overabundance of just 224 beds for a population of 278,000 citizens in Newark has caused the City of New York to consider how to save struggling hospitals by potentially providing relief with taxpayer money or selling their community hospital to a for-profit company. To compare, in Longmont we already have a surplus of 67 beds with Longmont United for a population of 90,000 people. This will expand to 115 beds should the Longs Peak Hospital be constructed as planned. Similar problems can be found in numerous areas in our country, such as Maine, who has an article in the Portland Press-Herald that states about how empty beds are a sign of too many hospitals. And Chicago, who is, by the Chicago Business, and I quote, plagued by too many hospital beds, is the continuing trend in this country to stay in the hospital less and less. Tonight I come forward to appeal the decision that was made on the night of September 23rd with the belief that the decision was not made in accordance with the City of Longmont Municipal Code. Per Chapter 15.01.030, Article A, the purpose and intent of the Longmont Comprehensive Plan is to promote the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, prosperity, and general welfare by allowing another hospital to be built that may threaten the ability of Longmont United to continue to function at its present capacity, and thus threatening its continuing ability to care for the citizens of Longmont. I contend that the Zoning Commission did not promote the health, safety, or general welfare of our citizens with their decision. I understand it is not the duty of the Zoning Commission to determine whether a presented business plan is viable, nor it is the duty of the Commission to protect an existing business from a new business asking to move within the city limits. And whether it's simply a matter of one business supplanting another with another retail outlet or another bank or another grocery store, I would not be here before you tonight. But this is not simply a question of capitalism competition, but one of health and safety for the people of Longmont. UC Health doctors at the Longmont Clinic contended that night that competition will be healthy for Longmont. The fact is that competition doesn't truly exist in the same fashion for hospitals as it does in the retail world. Excuse me. When you see a doctor that you have an established level of trust with, you are not given a choice in what hospital he will treat you at should you need surgery. With insurance companies, you don't really get an understanding about the true cost of your health care, and people generally only care about the amount that comes out of their checking account. People aren't going to shop around hospitals to find a buy one hip replacement, get one free. Even with multiple hospitals in the area, you are required to be seen at the hospital that the doctor is partnered with, or find another doctor entirely and be forced to lose a physician you may have been seeing for years, a choice most patients are not willing to make. Doctors compete, hospitals do not, with the exception of buying new equipment to offer services surrounding hospitals do not have available. That is what will be lost to the community when hospitals start funneling their funds into advertising campaigns in a vain attempt to draw people to them in the name of competition. We can see the effects of this so-called competition in other cities that have tried and failed to promote competition in their health care providers, and now has to contend with the choice of funding a hospital or watching it die, as too many beds are brought into a community due to poor planning. Because of this, it is vital that the effects of any decisions made in regards to the construction of another hospital be more carefully considered. I would ask that you imagine a person in Longmont who is threatened by a medical emergency, let's say a stroke. At present, should a citizen find themselves in a situation with such a medical emergency, they are picked up by an ambulance, where they are then rushed back to the hospital centrally located in the town of Longmont for treatment. Should the completion of a new hospital threaten Longmont United to a point to force its closure, no longer will citizens be able to receive treatment within the city. Instead, they must wait for an ambulance to arrive from the outer edge of the city limits, get picked up, then taken all the way back to the outskirts of the city for treatment. In many medical emergencies, an addition of 15 to 30 minutes to get to a hospital as an ambulance crosses the entirety of the city twice can be the difference between life and death, or may impact the future quality of life for that patient. Within minutes of a stroke, permanent brain damage occurs. Similarly, were UC Health intent on serving the people of Decono and Firestone as they claim, they would have located their facility near those communities, not a 15-minute plus drive from either town in each direction, leaving a time to arrive at the hospital for treatment via an ambulance at a minimum of roughly 30 minutes in transportation time alone. Should UC Health's hospital be approved and should Longmont United become no longer able to care for patients, the lives of anyone who needs immediate medical attention will become unnecessarily risked. In addition, should the patient arrive at UC Health only to be found to require a level 1 emergency room, the Zoning and Planning Commission approved a plan that locates the helistop of Longs Peak Hospital over a quarter mile of a drive away from the emergency room. This means that any patient that is so critical that they cannot be treated at Longs Peak Hospital must be loaded back into an ambulance, driven around the perimeter of the property, unloaded from the ambulance, just to be loaded into a helicopter to be taken to the other hospital. The reason for this? Because UC Health did not deem it convenient enough to redesign the facility with patient safety in mind, citing that they did not really need the helistop too often. Were I a patient that needed such medical attention that it takes a helicopter ride from one hospital and another in order to save my life, I would think there is no level of convenience or aesthetics that would be more important to the hospital than patient's well-being. By approving this plan, I feel the Commission was negligent in considering the safety of its citizens. UC Health has stated during their presentation on the 23rd of September that 1,000 patients seek health care outside of Longmont per year. They claim that their intent is to bring those patients back to the city of Longmont. However, I did not notice any claim or studies of approximately how many patients they intend to see return to Longmont with the construction of this hospital. How many sought care that could not be provided at Longmont United Hospital due to limitations of the facility? How will building a new facility with nearly identical capabilities and thus similar limitations help bring those patients back to Longmont? How many doctors How many see a doctor that the rest of their family may see outside of Longmont, or a doctor they have had in another town before moving to Longmont they have years of trust with? How will another hospital help bring those patients back in a time that less and less people are seeking medical care now that the newness of the ACA has faded and Colorado's co-op has failed? By building a hospital with almost identical services provided, it is clear that UC Health's intention is not to help supplement health care for Longmont or to drive new patients to come to Longmont, but instead to attempt to directly compete with Longmont's existing health care services in an effort to capture a market. The commissioners failed to ask what studies have been done to prove a benefit for a second hospital in regards to Longmont's health care and thus safety, instead simply accepting claims from UC Health that lost patients will suddenly return to Longmont without any explanation as to how. That somehow chart showing population growth but ignoring hospital utilization trends supports the need for another hospital. To determine a need great enough to potentially risk the lives of citizens with a hospital further away and the risk the employment of hundreds at our existing hospital, I would like to think far more evidence needs to be presented to support the need for a construction of the Longspeak Hospital. UC Health stated that it will offer 200 permanent jobs. However, Longmont United presently employs 1,286 individuals. If UC Health's present impacts Longmont United negatively, over 6 times as many employees' jobs become threatened as those brought in by this new facility. Section P of the Municipal Code 15.01.030 states that the intention of Longmont Comprehensive Plan is to manage overall community growth, including population and employment growth, to benefit the community and to encourage fiscally efficient and orderly development. Yet by supporting this new hospital, the City of Longmont is not benefiting the community by risking a greater number of existing jobs than are being created. Nor will it be fiscally efficient when our health care costs rise as hospitals fight to cover costs and fund advertising campaigns, or when the city requires taxpayer money to increase traffic capacity on County Line Road and additional traffic control on Highway 119, should UC Health accomplish its goals to justify further expanding their hospital down the road from now. All for a copy of a hospital we've already helped build that is nowhere near capacity. I am not a healthcare professional, but I am a manager at my place of employment. I deal with balancing business expenses with revenue every day and understand the difference between dynamic and static expenses. While dynamic expenses can be modified in order to help Longmont United survive a sudden decrease in patient volume by laying employees off, payments on essential equipment, the size of Longmont United, and the utilities to support the building is a static expense that cannot be reduced. Should the patient seen at Longmont United fall below a level that can sustain these static expenses, the hospital will have to make a choice: increase prices for its services in order to combat the lost revenue, or risk becoming no longer viable and unable to survive on its own. This is the exact opposite of what is best for the welfare of the citizens of Longmont. So I must ask, what plans will be put in place by the council to ensure Longmont United will be able to continue to serve the community that it has for the past 56 years? As failure of this hospital will ultimately diminish the health and safety of every citizen of the city. It is the charge of the elected officials of the city to protect the Longmont citizens. Our lives should not be relegated down to profits. UC Health will spare no expense to build a decorative 75-foot tall glass tower with a non-functional shade, but when it comes to locating a helipad within a reasonable distance of the emergency room, or offering care significantly different than that already available in Longmont in order to expand what the city may offer its citizens, they choose profits and aesthetics over the potential safety of Longmont's population. Unlike UC Health, who sinks extra profits into mass expansion and advertisement campaigns in order to claim a nonprofit status, Longmont United does not have a chain of hospitals rely upon the capital of to weather the storm should patient numbers significantly decrease from an oversaturation of services offered. You can see where UC Health's priorities lie when you examine their track record of being one of the most expensive hospital chains in Colorado and having the top grossing hospital in Denver, yet also subject to more ACA fines for violations than any hospital chain in the Denver area, according to the Denver Post. You can also see the effects of UC Health already on the Longmont Clinic since their acquisition by looking at reviews on Yelp, a number citing that since UC Health took over, wait times have grown to completely unreasonable levels and care has since diminished. By supporting this hospital, we are bringing a facility that values profits over patients into Longmont and pushing our citizens to support their practices, because should you want to continue to see your Longmont Clinic doctor, you will be forced to go there. Damage was already done when the doctors at Longmont Clinic decided to sell to UC Health, expanding a rift between doctors who served our community and forced Longmont United to finalize a partnership with Centura to be able to continue to have sufficient staff at a time physicians, nurses, and hospital staff were already in short supply. But that cannot be undone. However, by approving this project, those 1,286 individuals who rely on the hospital to support their family, as well as the 90,000 residents of Longmont who rely upon Longmont United for their health care, will suffer should a needless hospital be built in the city. It seems to me that by building a second hospital in Longmont, we are only assuming risk with no possibility of reward. For this reason, I ask that the decision made by the Zoning Commission be reconsidered. I ask that the City Council looks out for the Longmont citizens and tells UCL that enough is enough, that we do not need hospital after hospital after emergency center after emergency center, that our health care should not be reduced to mere profit potential, that our citizens mean more to our city than dollars. I thank you for both your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Hey, excuse me, no applause. No, you don't disrupt the meeting.
Mayor.
Okay, now the...
Mayor Coombs?
Yes. I'm
going to read citizens' participation when it comes to council meetings. Those attending council meetings shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar or abusive language, applause, heckling, or actions that interfere with the orderly function of the city council. The chair may take reasonable steps to maintain order and dignity of the council meetings. There is supposed to be no applause. If that happens again, I will move to have this hearing without public participation.
Okay, now the applicant will make a 15-minute presentation.
Get the PowerPoint up.
I want to speak.
Councilmember Santos?
This is the rules of procedure of the City Council of the City of Longmont. When you came in here and signed up, or whether you came in here to for or against anything, you're abiding by those rules. Just making it clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute recess while they work on technical difficulties here.
No PowerPoint? You lose. Yeah. I can state my name and address for the record.
take our seats and resume the meeting, please? Can everybody please take their seats?
We've got a lot of doctors.
Where's... Yeah, I figured you guys kind of be hungry.
What?
See this little thing right here that says Patricia, why don't you get the presentation?
Right.
Patricia wants.
See that quick.
All right, cool. Push it again. I can see it there. Wait for Sarah.
This one, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, here she comes. Okay, you can go ahead with your presentation, sir.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Brian Connolly. I'm with the law firm of Otten, Johnson, Robinson, Neff, and Raganetti. Business address is 950 17th Street, Suite 1600 in Denver. And I have the privilege of being here tonight representing UC Health. And I do want to thank your staff and your Planning and Zoning Commission for their hard work on this application, and thank you for hearing it tonight. This evening, we are respectfully requesting that council deny the appeal that's before you and uphold the decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the application for UC Health for preliminary PUD and plat and the associated approvals. Before I get into the legal mechanics of this appeal, which I believe you probably already know, I'd like to introduce Dan Robinson, who's the CEO of Longs Peak Hospital, and Angie Maluski of VHA Design. They're going to give you a brief background on UC Health, the organization, and on this project. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dan Robinson. I will be the CEO for Longs Peak Hospital, and I live at 4923 La Paz Drive in Fort Collins. And what you see above is a rendering of the Longs Peak Hospital. And I want to thank several members of this audience tonight, including community members, physicians, and staff who are actually part of focus groups that help us name the hospital Longs Peak, which reflects the famous peak just to the west of us, and probably some of you have climbed that, and it certainly reflects on the heritage of this community. Let me tell you a little bit about UC Health. We are a private 501c3 not-for-profit healthcare organization based here in Colorado. It's important to note that we are not tax-supported nor state-supported in any funds. UC Health includes the state's only academic medical center, making us uniquely able to provide advanced care in clinical trials and providing that work with our nationally renowned specialists. As you can see on the right, we have 5 hospitals across the Front Range, 2 in Fort Collins, 2 in Memorial, and then University Hospital in Aurora. We partner with the University of Colorado, but we are not owned by the university. We work intimately with the School of Medicine, accessing clinical trials, of which some of the members of this audience have participated in, and participate in many research projects across the Front Range. And for you CSU Ram fans in the audience, if there are some, I'm guessing most folks here are Buff fans, we work closely with CSU in clinical trials, medical device research, and training for clinicians. Some of the benefits that we provide for the hospital include over $500 million in economic and subsidized care for the communities that we serve, including $185 million in charity care that was provided with the fiscal year ending June 30th of this year. We also provide about $4.6 billion in direct and induced annual economic impact. That includes vendors that supply services to us, device manufacturers, contractors, construction folks, those that provide a lot of support for us. Some of the examples of the educational programs are listed. I won't go through those, but it's important to note that we train and educate doctors, and nurses, and other professional clinicians for the future, so we spend a lot of time with that. UCL's goal is truly to provide advanced care closer to home. And as you've heard, we did admit more than 1,000 patients from this community into our medical center, the Rockies Hospital and University Hospital in Aurora. The challenge with that is that those hospitals are pretty full, those beds are full, and we actually have major construction projects at both of those hospitals. But our intent really is to keep those folks that have been traveling outside of this community to receive care. We will have the model of an open medical staff, which means physicians from this community, nurses, clinicians can practice there. We will also be bringing faculty members and experts from the School of Medicine to here. And actually, I've spoken with many community physicians that have expressed interest in working with us at Longs Peak Hospital. We believe we'll have a significant economic impact on this environment here too. So as you've heard, we have 200 plus jobs that we will open the facility with, and it will take about 500 construction personnel to get the hospital open. We believe the area around 119 and County Line Road, where the hospital will be located, will also see a very positive impact. And we will also provide new and advanced clinical services to the patients of this community. I will go over those in a couple minutes. We have designed Longs Peak Hospital to really support the growth of the region. And as you can see, and as you know, the local area has about a 6% projected growth for the next 5 years. And the areas east of town, where we're focusing a lot of our care, has a 19% projected growth rate. So we will truly be able to support this growth by building east of downtown at the 119 and County Line Road area. Our facility will offer many essential services that typical community hospitals offer. I won't go through all of them. You know, ORs, inpatient beds, med-surg units, intensive care units, as well as a level 3 emergency department. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the services that we'll be bringing into the community. And a lot of these services have been identified through interviews with physicians in the marketplace, and not just those that we work with directly at Longmont Clinic, but physicians that myself and our staff have talked to about things that are avoided, that have voids in this community, and people have to seek care elsewhere, such as bariatric surgery, endoscopic ultrasound, which is really an advanced diagnostic tool to help our physicians diagnose GI and lung disorders. We will be bringing in a lot of telemedicine services to be able to access support quicker, including telepsych. And one of the things I hear from almost all physicians I've spoken with in the community is that psychiatric and behavioral health is truly a major void in this community, so we intend to ramp that up by the time we open. So as you can see, we're very excited about Longs Peak Hospital and the location that we're going to be. We have designed this medical campus to be a welcoming entry into Longmont. It will be built and operated to meet LEED standards so that we're very environmentally conscious. It will be attractive and reflect the local region in the state of Colorado through wood panels, attractive metals, and lots of glass. And the landscaping will have many trees. And if you've driven by that area lately, there's not many trees at 119 and County Line Road, so we're trying to green the place up. So I will now turn it over to Angie. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. I'm Angie Maluski. I'm a landscape architect with BHA Design. Our office is in Fort Collins at 1603 Oak Ridge Drive. And for those of you who weren't at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I just want to spend a few moments briefly talking about our project and the site and the building that we're proposing. So this is a piece of your zoning map showing the location where the hospital will be located. Along the bottom there, the north is up, is Highway 119 with the checkered pattern on it, and then County Line Road to the right with McLean. Here's our site, the hospital site. It's actually part of a larger platted area that includes other undeveloped lands to the west and north. UC Health has been working very closely with those landowners to help plan the infrastructure so that it can work not only for the hospital but for these other undeveloped parcels as well. And this is an image of the campus. Again, this is the master planned 28-acre parcel at the northwest corner of the intersection there. And we're really looking at it as a hospital and medical campus that can expand over time as Longmont grows as well. It's a campus layout, and what I mean by that is the buildings are located near the center of the campus so they can be connected together. We have the inpatient building here, mostly one story, but this is the location too of the 3-story bed wings. We have the ambulatory surgery center here connected to that inpatient facility, and a central utility plant here, and then location for a future medical office building on the east end. Each of these buildings have separate entrances for visitors as they come to the campus for different needs. And the smaller parking areas surround the building so that each of the parking areas can serve these entrances, and we can separate staff parking from visitor parking and patient parking, medical office patients, and emergency visits. And then along the perimeter, we have, along both 119 and County Line Road, we have our primary greenway, the scenic overlay, and required buffer areas so that we can provide a wide perimeter of green space for the campus. So it really sets the campus back and provides this trail system, public trails, as well as a green edge, a landscape buffer with lots of open space, trees, and landscaping, not only in the perimeter but throughout the campus. This next slide just shows a little bit about the phasing. We talked about it being phased over time, but you can see quite a bit. Everything you see sort of highlighted here is will be built for the first phase. So those perimeter greenway areas, the roads, and the inpatient building with the ambulatory surgery center will all be built in phase 1. And then you can see the areas we have really set aside for future expansion, the medical office building to the east, and then different parking expansions that can be added over time without expanding the site footprint. And the building, again, Dan mentioned, there's a lot of great, it's really being designed as a gateway structure from the east side into the city of Longmont. Very contemporary materials, but also relating to the Colorado theme and blending that Colorado material with the high technology of today's healthcare delivery. Here's some images, too, of that south-facing facade. On the upper photo, that's the emergency department with its canopy. And to the right, to the bottom, is the main entry canopy for the visitor's main visitor entrance. So again, since our neighborhood meeting in May, we've been working closely with city staff. We're very excited about this hospital and the campus and what it's adding to the city. And we're looking forward to moving forward with the detailed design, working again with the staff and agencies involved with the hospital.
All right, thanks, Angie. So as I stated at the outset, our request tonight is that council deny the appeal that's before you. Under the city's land development code, an appeal must assert one of 3 grounds. First, that the decision is not supported by any competent evidence in the record. Second, that the decision is plainly inconsistent with the review criteria. And third, that the decision maker, that is the Planning and Zoning Commission, exceeded its authority or jurisdiction. It's our position that the appellant in this case, Mr. Berry, and the appellant has the burden of proving plain error on the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's our position that the appellant's written statement, and again his appeal statement this evening, lacked any of the required allegations that are required by the code, and thus has failed to meet that burden. Of course, it's council's duty to determine whether that standard has been met. And while economic matters or competition with the existing hospital in town may concern the appellant, they're simply not grounds for reversal of the Planning Commission's decision. The Planning Commission acted within its authority under the Land Development Code. It has the authority to approve these types of applications. And there's ample evidence in the record which supports the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision. And indeed, the packet that you have contains that record that was before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission found that the application satisfied several of the or all of the review criteria, and I'll focus on a few of them. First is the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan espouses goals for a sustainable city with compatible land uses, establishing a gateway into the city, and high quality in urban design. And certainly it's our position that the application meets all of those goals, and the Planning and Zoning Commission found as such. Also, I'll note that the application is required to be consistent with the purpose and intent of the PUD zone. Hospitals are a permitted use in this zone district, and it's consistent certainly with surrounding land uses. And third, I'll also note that there's no adverse effect on surrounding properties, and in fact, several of the neighboring property owners have supported this application. There are technical review criteria. I won't go through these individually, but the Planning and Zoning Commission found, and certainly it's our position, that the technical review criteria for subdivision plat approval were met, and the same goes for preliminary PUD approval as well. So in summary, we believe that the Longs Peak Hospital application was properly approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. While we certainly acknowledge that Mr. Berry has concerns about the market for medical care here in Longmont, with all due respect, his concerns are entirely outside the realm of what the Planning and Zoning Commission was obligated or allowed to consider. And in fact, the Planning and Zoning Commission did rely on competent evidence in the record. It appropriately applied the review criteria, and it certainly acted within its jurisdiction. And thus, it's our position that council tonight is obligated by the code to deny this appeal. So again, we respectfully request that you deny the appeal that's before you and uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we want to thank you for your time, and we'll certainly be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Now I'll open up the public hearing. Do we have a sign-up sheet or?
A couple.
All right. So we'll each get 2 minutes to speak. So first up is John Etchells, and he'll be followed by Patty Rosquist.
Mayor Coombs, may I just remind everybody who's going to speak to please state your name and address before you begin? Thank you.
Yes.
I'm John Eccles, 4494 Suite F, Boulder, Colorado. I'm a patient. I want a choice, quite simply. And I want to propose one thing. I haven't read anywhere that Centura is filing for bankruptcy. And they seem to be on a growth mode because they just bought a hospital here in Longmont. I think the men who run that organization are probably smart enough to make that hospital go, no matter what competitors do. And unless I read something different in the paper, that's what I have to take home at the end of the night. So I know it's very emotional for people because colleagues have worked together for years are now no longer going to be working together. And things that have been a certain way in Longmont are going to change. It's just that simple. But you have to believe that Centura is going to survive this. So therefore, so is that hospital. And UC Health's going to survive this. And there's just something going on a greater level with medical health care these days that's the driving force behind all this that needs to be looked at, more importantly than how it affects me emotionally. That's it.
Thank you. Patty Rosquist? Pardon? Okay. Dan Wilbert? Excuse me, that's Dan Wilburn.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm Dan Wilburn. I live at 2960 Bowline Place. I'm a Colorado native, a graduate of DU, a former officer in the Navy Reserve, and a retired Denver deputy sheriff. Moved to Longmont shortly after retiring. 2.5 years ago, I also became a cancer patient. Health care for me is critical, and local care is crucial. Even though Longmont Hospital is a mile away from my home, I do not have the option to go there for treatment. If I need a procedure, I have to leave Longmont for Boulder, Denver, or Loveland. If I have a life-threatening emergency, Longmont Hospital will treat me with emergent care, but when I'm stable, I have to be transported to a hospital within my network and outside of Longmont. I don't have the option to choose Longmont Hospital either for loyalty or convenience. My insurance is with UC Health. Those who oppose a local UC Health hospital describe Longmont as a single entity that will be divided with a second hospital. Longmont actually is already divided into several groups with totally separate networks. Just as Centura Health provides continuing care through Longmont Hospital to their insureds, UC Health ought to be able to provide that same continuation of care to their patients who live here. As a deputy, I was working at Denver Health Medical Center the night of the Aurora shooting. 12 people died and twice that many were injured. Aurora Central quickly filled up, and Aurora officers helped transport injured parties to neighboring hospitals, including University and Denver Health. I can certainly see how that kind of cooperation would be useful in a setting like this. I don't see an empty hospital bed as a problem. However, a patient without a room is a problem. If we wait until that happens, it's already too late. Some people thought Denver was crazy for building Dillon Reservoir over 100 years ago, and now that water is crucial to the Front Range. Today, Longmont can position itself not only as a wonderful place to live, but also as a place to find quality medical care for everyone. UC Health and Centura represent two of the most respected names in the healthcare, and both should be able to offer that state of state-of-the-art continuing care for each person that they insure.
Thank you very much. Patrick Kavanaugh?
Good evening. My name is Patrick Kavanaugh. I reside at 2907 Bryn Mawr Place here in Longmont. I've been a Longmont resident for about 45 years. I had my family in. Are you hearing me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have worked at Longmont United Hospital for almost my entire career in medicine. I'm a family practice doctor who was chief of staff at Longmont United Hospital in '78, and I believe the hospital has served the community well. I think they deserve a better deal than what they're getting. Unfortunately, I don't know whether you can grant that deal. That's going to be something you're going to have to go home and think about. I think that the hospital has shown their support of the community in the way it has expanded and grown, the emergency procedures and services that are available. The staff has expanded at the behest of the administration. We have full-time hospitalist physicians that provide 24-hour in-house care for patients, and they have done the best job they can in supporting all the patients of this community, whether they be indigent, whether they have Medicare, Medicaid, or insurance, or whether they are private pay. For this, they have also, toward this, they have also had satellite clinics that also accept all of these patients. This is not going to be true of the institution that's coming here. It is my understanding they do not currently accept Medicaid patients, and I don't know what they're going to do with indigent patients other than what they're forced to do by COBRA. I think medical costs will increase because there'll be competition for the dollars, and the amount of money it takes to sustain a hospital is going to force them to charge more for their services. This will fall more on the patients who do not have insurance. You all know that. The contracted reimbursements will be limited to the, thank you.
So that, yeah, sorry, that's your 2 minutes.
That's it.
Brian Nelson?
Hi, Brian Nelson, 1432 Turin Drive, Longmont. In his letter, Mr. Berry accused me of failing to mention at the zoning meeting that the Longmont Clinic physicians partnered with UC Health for personal salary increases. Contrary to Mr. Berry's and others' misconceptions, our salaries are actually lower than what was offered from Longmont United. However, we chose UC Health because we would have a say in how best to serve our patients, just as we've been doing for over 100 years. The foremost reason an agreement failed between Longmont Clinic and Longmont United Hospital was because the hospital refused to allow physicians to share in the decision-making of their medical group. The administration has complete veto power over all decisions. Mr. Berry states that the physicians at the Longmont Clinic will continue to practice at Longmont United unless UC Health can build a local hospital. Unfortunately, this is incorrect. Longmont United signed an agreement with Centura before our negotiations ended with them. Centura is part of a multi-state health corporation with over 123 hospitals across the U.S. Since their merger, Centura has already refused to grant privileges to UC Health orthopedic surgeons, which has forced some Longmont residents to travel to Loveland for inpatient orthopedic care. Mr. Berry appears unaware of what drives quality improvement in health care. It is not by prohibiting competition within a community. The focus today is in providing value. This means offering the highest quality of care at the lowest possible cost. This is how all physicians and facilities will be measured and compared. Accomplishing this requires a team approach involving hospital administrators, physicians, and all staff. Therefore, we need to build a hospital in Longmont so that we can care for members of our community within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Bossert?
My name is Penny Bossert. I live at 3226 Reed Grass Court in Fort Collins, Colorado.
As of May 2015, there are 53 hospitals in Colorado, 8,171 staffed beds, according to the American Hospital Directory. At any one time, I would be curious to know how many of those beds are empty on a day-by-day basis. The cost of health care in the United States is ballooning. A recent report found that the U.S. collectively spends about $9,000 per person on health care each year, which adds up to 17% of the country's GDP. Health insurance costs are rising. The Affordable Care Act supposedly is affordable, but to a single mother who is raising a child to make ends meet, it's more affordable to pay the fine of not having mandatory insurance than it is to try to purchase health care. Charity care is what hospitals are writing off when patients can't pay their bill. Nationally, this adds up to $57 billion in uncompensated care. So with this in mind, why are we still building hospitals in Colorado or anywhere in the United States? When will the government wake up and start regulating the healthcare industry? Duplication of services in a 10-mile radius is asinine, and it is costing the consumer more to receive services at fewer facilities because newer is supposed to be better. Well, it really is not better, and it just costs more. The bottom line is that healthcare is expensive and is getting more expensive every day. We need to stop excessive spending and redundancy of healthcare. We don't need another hospital in Longmont. We don't want another hospital in Longmont. Higher healthcare cost and redundancy of services does not improve lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Taylor. She'll be followed by Diane Jackson.
Mayor, council members, my name is Grace Taylor. I live at 2403 Chandler Court in Fort Collins. I am the Senior Director for Physician Relations and Community Outreach for UC Health, working across our system. I've worked for UC Health for 8 years, and I also direct our Community Health Improvement Department. I have the privilege to work and travel to many communities across the Front Range to facilitate healthcare-related services and to fulfill many requests that come from local communities. We take pride in optimizing the health of the communities we serve and look forward to evaluating ways to expand programs into the Longmont community that make sense. We want to get involved with you, the City of Longmont, and other key organizations in meaningful ways. In the past, our system has provided consulting services and advice for previous community health needs assessment reports in the Longmont community. We are exploring ways with our Healthy Kids Club, along with the St. Vrain School District, on how we can work together, as some local schools have been reaching out to our program leaders for support. One of our goals is to promote health and wellness education in elementary schools. As a partner, we strive to work together. We want to work with schools and communities and organizations to increase opportunities for physical activity, health education, and also good nutrition. We want to increase the percentage of youth who engage in regular physical activity. We want to improve lives by offering programs that encourage physical activity and healthy habits for a lifetime. That starts in elementary schools. To reiterate, our focus on community benefit is meaningful. As Dan mentioned, we do have a significant impact, and we will continue conversations to understand the needs of the Longmont community by talking with you, our patients, our physicians, our providers, and other stakeholders. UC Health has spent $500 million on financial assistance, subsidized care, and other areas to directly benefit our patients and communities, including $185 million on charity care. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
we also do accept Medicaid for the record.
Diane Jackson.
My name is Diane Jackson. My address is 2257 Muir Lane in Fort Collins. I'm the physician relations.
You can adjust the mic.
Yeah.
I'm the physician relations director for University of Colorado Health North. Part of my role with UC Health is helping to build collaborative relationships between providers and healthcare organizations. I, or one of my team members, are physically rounding in providers' offices every day. As we round in offices, whether it's an independent office, Banner, Centura, one of our own offices, we have the privilege to meet providers in all the communities that we're serving. I've had several opportunities to answer questions while rounding in Longmont about UC Health, the Longmont Clinic, and the new hospital that we're building, or will hopefully be building. In addition, I've been able to work with providers to strengthen relationships, noting that at the end of the day, many of us share the same patients. And all political opinions and feelings aside, we have a common goal: to put the patient's needs first and to provide them with the best possible care. While there have been some negative comments voiced about the new hospital, I've had the pleasure of speaking firsthand with many healthcare professionals who are excited about the possibility of the new hospital being built in this community. I was in a Milestone office 2 weeks ago, and they said that they welcomed UC Health because competition is only going to make them better. On a personal note, I've been with UC Health for 15 years. I know what it's like to have a competitive hospital come into our area. Banner just came into our area in Fort Collins. And I know that the unknown is very scary to community members. But I'm proud to be part of a system that rises above the competition, embraces the opportunity to provide innovative, high-quality care, and keep it local, so your patients don't have to leave the community to get that care. The caliber of people that make up UC Health allow us to bring patients from healthcare to health. Just as Longmont Clinic has been providing care for generations in the community, together we improve lives.
Donna Kimley.
Thank you. My name's Donna Kimry. I'm at 2960 Bowline Place, Longmont, Colorado. It is a fact that healthcare is changing. I mean, we can't help it. It's already going. You know, when the Affordable Care Act happened, it changed the face of healthcare in our city here and all over the nation. One of the things that was said just recently by one of the gentlemen that came up was that the UC Health does not accept Medicaid or Medicare patients, that we wouldn't be. I will tell you that I, as a radiology manager, I watch my numbers all the time. I'm making sure my expenses are down, and I watch who our payers are. And this area is a geriatric population, and my highest payer is Medicaid and Medicare. Those two are highest in radiology. With change comes growth and progression. What I do want to tell you is with the duplicating of services, the new hospital, one of the things that I'm most excited about is that we're going to be bringing in SPECT CT. And what that means to you as a patient, I'll just use, since it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I'll just use breast imaging. If a patient comes in with a lump that is considered malignant or thought to be malignant, they would go into the CT SPECT scanner, and that scanner would be able to take the image, doing a nuclear med study, and then the same scanner would do a CT study. Those studies marry on top of each other, and that gives the physician, surgeon, a chance to look at that lesion or tumor all the way around, 2D, 3D. And it also shows the blood vessels and the the functioning around that tumor. That is an incredible technology to bring to Longmont. There's not any other one in this area. So so you know, that's, if your child's on the table or if my husband's on the table, that's the first person I'd want taken care of with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Kavanaugh. And he'll be followed by Mark Shane.
Kenneth Kavanaugh, 2210 Riviera Place, Longmont, Colorado. The practice of medicine is changing. Large corporations are taking over private practice. In my opinion, as a Longmont physician for the last 50-plus years, there will be not increased quality of care in our community. University of Colorado does not bring any new medicine or upgrade what we already have. University of Colorado Health Systems is one of those corporations which currently owns hospitals in Fort Collins, Loveland, Denver, and Colorado Springs. They plan an additional hospital at near I-25 in Colorado 7. They identify themselves as a nonprofit entity. The current CEO of University Health Systems is Elizabeth Concordia, who started on September 2nd of this year. Ms. Concordia was formerly president of the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center's Hospital and Community Services. In my letter to you last week, I provided information from the University Medical Center, where Ms. Concordia comes. Jeffrey Romick is the current president of Pittsburgh Conglomerate, and he makes $6 million per year. Ms. Concordia is administrator for Pittsburgh Group, garnering $1 million or more per year. University of Colorado has declined to release their salary, but it so is competitive. Since the CEO of Banners Health Systems, which has several hospitals in Colorado plus other states, makes $4.4 million a year, I assume Ms. Concordia's salary is $3 to $4 million range. Isn't it interesting the University of Colorado Health Systems consultant for the current proposed Longmont Hospital in Pittsburgh? The University of Colorado Health System is bringing the same model to our state that currently exists in Pittsburgh. The model was all about power and control. In 2011 and 2012, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center was identified as a nonprofit, made more than $948 million, and gave only 2% to charity care. In the succeeding years, as their incomes increased, they continue to give only 2% to charity. This is their model for Longmont in Colorado. The city of Pittsburgh is currently suing the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center to have their nonprofit status removed. The cost of medical care in Pittsburgh has increased dramatically. Is this what we want to see happen in our Longmont community? You as a council have to search your conscience for what is best for the citizens served. The hospital, someone east of
I'm sorry, but your
25.
2 minutes are up. I'm sorry.
I recommend you meet with the councils there. Put it east of I-25.
Mark Shane.
Hello, my name is Mark Shane. I live at 4000 Da Vinci Drive. I am a pediatrician for University of Colorado Health Longmont Clinic. Obviously, a lot of emotion here. You can look around the room. You see that half of the doctors work for Longmont Clinic, UC Health, half do not, and that's kind of where it lies up, and you just recognize that. I just want to point out that there's been huge transformation in healthcare in the last 10, 15 years. Healthcare, with this transformation, you've had the disappearance of all independent community hospitals really within the state of Colorado. And actually, there's only one independent community hospital left. Longmont United is part of Centura Health, a giant system. I don't need to go into that. I think I'd like to focus on that Centura, or that UC Colorado is a Colorado-based healthcare system. They're focused on the patients and what happens in the community. I think it's unfair to focus on number of beds. We've moved beyond that as a system across the United States. Hospitals provide a lot of services that have nothing to do with inpatient beds. They are now looking at populations. They're talking about integrated networks. UC Health has one of the strongest integrated networks in the state. We are tied in with University of Colorado in Denver, #1 nationally ranked institution in several fields. They are known throughout the country. I am very proud to be associated with that institution. I am excited about having some of their latest advances brought to Longmont, and I think it's going to be a great asset for our city. Those who are looking against this hospital, I think, are looking at a very antiquated model that we have all moved past. Longmont has grown a lot. Tri-towns are growing as well. We deserve to have a 21st century model for our community, and that's what UC Health will bring to Longmont Medical Community, is 21st century medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Rodney Good.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, Council. My name is Rodney Good. I reside at 2138 Fossil Creek Parkway in Fort Collins. My role this evening is to participate in the passion of patient care, and I'm very excited to see Longmont community doing the same thing. My role with UC Health is as Senior Director of Pharmacy Services. Quick shedding of a new service that we'll be adding for pharmacy and patients in Longmont community is the care and provision of the pharmaceutical needs 24/7. Now in Longmont, you do have, depending on where you draw your boundaries, 16 to 20 pharmacies in town. One of those is open 24/7, and it's not close to either hospital or the proposed location we have. No one plans to go to the emergency department. It just doesn't work out that way. However, when it happens, there's a lot of needs that you suddenly have. One of the things related to our model of pharmaceutical care and patient care is we will have around-the-clock provision of those needs. So when you are being taken care of by your pharmacist, your nurse, your physician, those meds are being prepared for your discharge. and it's a one-stop shop. You're able to take care of what you need at home. You don't have to make another stop, find someone to take you somewhere else, or wonder if they're even open. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Rodney Good? Oh, excuse me. All right, I forgot to check you off there. Charles Van Took? Sorry about that.
My name's Charles Van Hook. I live at 5931 Sunrise Ranch Drive here in Longmont. I'm a pulmonary and critical care physician. I've been in practice exclusively and continuously in Longmont for 27 years. During the first 15 years of my time here, I was an active partner in the Longmont Clinic, which is now UC Health. And then in 2003, Dr. Douglas Tangle and I left that group to enter independent practice. We continue, however, to work closely with our former clinic partners, and we count many of them as our personal friends. Our practice has always worked in cooperation with the entire community without any external influence to best serve our patients. I spend virtually every day of my professional life at Longmont United Hospital. And in my opinion, we are blessed with a wonderful institution. We have superb nursing, terrific ancillary support, a beautiful physical plant, and a progressive administration. However, Longmont United, like the other hospitals in Boulder County, is not functioning at capacity. The average occupancy rate, has been pointed out several times here, is 59%. We're a little bit higher than that. It is extremely rare for a patient to be transferred to another institution due to a lack of bed availability. On the other hand, it is not unusual for a patient to be transferred due to a lack of available medical or surgical subspecialty care. The recruitment of certain subspecialists by Longmont United Hospital, UC Health, or any other entity has been and will remain extremely difficult in the current environment of dramatic undersupply. That situation will only deteriorate if the specialist pool is further diluted by staffing yet another hospital so close by. The projected cost of the UC Hospital is in excess of $125 million. That cost will certainly be passed on to the patients of our community. I urge the members of the council to preserve excellence at our current facility and to vote against what amounts to the irresponsible use of precious health care resources here in Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Brett?
Hello, I'm Matthew Brett. I live in 1013 Steamboat Valley Road in Lyons, Colorado. I've worked for two entities in town. One is Salute Family Health Centers for the last 14 years. I've also worked as a Longmont United Hospital employee in Lyons as one of their family physician doctors. Longmont Hospital has generously allowed me to see about 50% of my patients being Medicaid. Salute Clinic, of course, sees people that are much poorer than that and have no insurance from different countries, different parts of the world that rely on Longmont Hospital for services. These services are often middle-of-the-night stuff, surgeons, obstetricians, cardiologists, people that need to act fast and need to be fresh. I worry about the dilution of services in this town, getting great doctors from the Longmont Clinic going elsewhere, having our community being shortchanged by less providers at the same place, people being strung out, having less resources. And I feel like this hospital is a complete duplication of system and doesn't need to be there. And it's sad for me to see this community have all these great providers behind me that are not going to work together and not work as a team. And I think it's not the right move for this city to have two hospitals.
Okay, Jody Lindgren. Jody Lindgrgen. Okay. How about Bill Cooney?
Thanks for having the opportunity to speak. My name is Bill Cooney. I live at 9264 Blue Spruce Lane in Niwot. Longmont, Boulder County, Northern Colorado region in general do not need additional hospitals. If this state actually required a certificate of need, there's no way that this hospital or proposed hospital would be approved. I'm a believer in local government. I ask the City Council to do what is right and carefully evaluate this proposed university hospital. It's an unnecessary duplication and clearly wasteful use of medical dollars. This hospital is not in the best interest of the community. In my opinion, UC Health is not being honest in presenting its reasons for wanting to build this hospital. It's not about quality. It's not about wanting to partner with the community or bring in tax revenue. This is about trying to capture a plethora of wasted healthcare dollars available to large hospital systems and to strong-arm allied health professionals and physicians in this town to either join them or be buried. I'm in a meeting that we personally had. I work with Front Range Orthopedics here in Longmont, the sole, or previously the sole orthopedic providers in this town, started by New Kavanaugh. In a meeting with Liz Concordia, the CEO of UC Health's overall program, we discussed a combined vision for orthopedic services in Longmont, and were essentially told to join and pledge allegiance to UC Health, or we would be buried, essentially. When I specifically asked what she thought would happen to Longmont United Hospital if UC Health's plan to build this hospital was approved, Ms. Concordia smirked and essentially told us that it would suffer a lower patient census and hopefully be forced to close its doors. I thought it was disgraceful. Ms. Concordia came here from the University of Pittsburgh and is really trying to strong-arm the community, in my opinion. With wallets wide open and a nonprofit status, the University of Colorado Health is trying to play catch-up by buying freestanding ERs, multiple specialty clinics,
I'm sorry, but your 2 minutes is
and building standalone clinics. I hope that the council can use their consciousness to vote appropriately.
Risa Grancy.
Mayor and Council, my name is Risa Grancy. I live at 2325 Tulip Way here in Longmont. I am not a doctor. I am a patient. And I have lived here since 1962 and have watched this community grow dramatically since I've lived here. I've always been a supporter of Longmont Clinic and Longmont United Hospital until recently. In the last 10 years, I've had multiple opportunities to have family members be treated at Longmont United Hospital, as recently as 4 weeks ago. I can tell you right now, today, it was my recommendation that no patient be treated at Longmont United Hospital. It's been a very unpleasant situation. I have family members that are in long-term care as a result of treatment from the hospital. And it's hard to say that when I've been a member of the community for so long and have supported the hospital for so long. So I would recommend that you approve the hospital, or the new hospital. I think it is absolutely well needed in this community, and I totally support it. Thank you.
Hey. Glenda Weeman.
My name's Glenda Weeman, 2316 Creekside Drive here in Longmont. I'm a family doctor. I've had an office just west of Longmont United Hospital for about 2.5 years. My practice is almost full. The point is that the hospital itself is not busy, and we need more primary care providers in this town. The problem is we have another hospital just a few miles down the road, then it will dilute our services even more. And where are we going to get all these primary care providers? I think most of my colleagues know that the AMA is projecting that we are going to be short 100,000 doctors in the next 15 years. So if we're going to be short this number of doctors, how do we staff 2 hospitals here in Longmont? I urge you to think about this carefully, because we want good doctors here in this town. We want providers that are actually taking care of people and not having to turn away people. I'm turning away 12 people a day here that call my office. We need people to take care of people.
Thank you. Dave Humanick.
Hi, I'm Dave Humanek. I'm at 3800 Pike Road, and I'm currently the chairman of the Longmont Area Economic Council. And I'm here on behalf of our president, Jessica Erickson, who wasn't able to attend tonight. We're not able to comment on any of the health care issues or quality care issues that are being brought up tonight, but we did do a local economic impact study, and we just wanted to quickly share some of the data with council tonight. So based on details of the project provided by UC Health, the Longmont Area Economic Council conducted an economic impact analysis using the industry standard site stats model developed by Development Research Partners. As we heard earlier, the proposed project is projected to bring 500 construction and 200 new full-time permanent jobs, as well as $160 to $170 million in initial investment to the city of Longmont. The results of our analysis project that the direct local economic impact of the project will include approximately $1.2 million spent locally on construction materials and services, nearly $30 million in total construction job payroll and benefits, approximately $2 million spent locally on fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and over $13 million in annual payroll, with approximately 35% going to Longmont residents. The average wage of full-time permanent hospital employees is estimated at $69,600, or more than 120% of the average wage in Boulder County. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, at a national level, each hospital job on average supports 2 additional jobs, and every dollar spent by a hospital supports roughly $2.30 of additional business activity. Based on these multipliers, we can estimate the indirect local economic impact of the project will include the creation of 400 indirect jobs and over $4 million in additional local spending. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin, let's see, Shetton?
I'm Robin Shatton. I live at 1509 Stones Peak Drive in Longmont. I've been a pediatrician at the Longmont Clinic and have worked at Longmont United Hospital for almost 30 years. I've spent hundreds of hours at the hospital taking care of children and babies from Longmont and the surrounding area. It's been my privilege to work with the nurses, doctors, and ancillary staff at Longmont United over all these years. What we all strive to do is to provide excellent care for our patients, and our patients do deserve excellent care when they are hospitalized. Academic medical centers like the University of Colorado establish the highest standards of care by which other hospitals measure themselves and are measured by accrediting agencies. These centers across the country institute advanced and cutting-edge therapies to treat patients. As a pediatrician, I frequently consult with the University Pediatric Subspecialists to provide the best care for my patients. A hospital affiliated with the University of Colorado specialists, such as would be available at the new Longs Peak Hospital, will be able to quickly adopt the most up-to-date treatments and provide the most advanced care. My patients and their families deserve this type of advanced care, and so do all the residents of Longmont and the surrounding communities. And that is why I am excited about this new hospital and why the families of my patients are looking forward to the type of care a hospital affiliated with the premier academic medical center of the Mountain States can give. This type of affiliation has not been available in Longmont before now. By approving the construction of this hospital, the City Council can give the residents of Longmont the ability to have local care and the expertise of the University of Colorado health system. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Gerlach? And he'll be followed by Linda Backup.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Matt Gerlach, orthopedic surgeon, 5823 Blue Mountain Circle here in Longmont. I was just compelled to make a few comments tonight. In the past 9 years in practice since graduating from residency, I've had the opportunity to practice on a regular basis at over 12 different hospital facilities, first in Minnesota and then here in the past 6 years, including all of the surrounding hospitals, including Longmont United, Good Samaritan, Boulder Community, Avista, and I can say without reservation that Longmont United Hospital from a quality standpoint and from a void of care standpoint, is one of the best hospital facilities that I've worked at on a regular basis. Any community level 1 private hospital, all things considered, is obviously going to have its voids. It's not going to be able to provide comprehensive, all-encompassing care. That's why tertiary care facilities like the University of Colorado in Aurora exist. With that, there needs to be certain understandings and expectations for what a tertiary or a level 3 community hospital such as Longmont United is going to be able to provide. And all things considered, it provides exemplary care under the resources it has to provide to the patients in Longmont and greater surrounding areas. And without question, like I said, in my experience with over 11 different hospitals in 2 different states, there's no question Longmont United is superior to the vast majority of those hospitals I've worked at. Thanks.
Thank you. Linda, back up.
Hello, my name is Linda Backup, and I reside at 83 County Road 69 in Lyons, Colorado. I have worked at the Longmont Clinic and been a cardiologist at Longmont United Hospital for 34 years. In my opinion, the greater Longmont community's medical care will be enhanced by the construction of the new Longs Peak Hospital, and cardiac care will be improved. The UCH system will provide access to state-of-the-art medical facilities and staff locally, and a direct link to experts at UCH facilities in Denver and Loveland. It's also quite possible, in fact probable, that we will have electrophysiology, maybe not initially on the staff, but hopefully soon. Longmont United Hospital does not have that. They took the person who was an electrophysiologist off the staff a number of years ago, and they did not allow the electrophysiologist from Medical Center of the Rockies to join the staff. In almost 3 years of discussions for a merger, Longmont United Hospital failed to collaborate and negotiate openly with the Longmont Clinic. This is for reasons that remain unclear to many of us. Now they are failing to collaborate in medical care. Sadly, the safety of patients at Longmont United Hospital are already possibly being affected by politics. And in fact, for the record, since October 1st, I have not been allowed, even though I've been in good standing at the hospital and worked there for 34 years, I have not been allowed to see any new patients at the hospital that I have not personally seen before or have been seen by my 2 colleagues at the Longmont Clinic. I think at this time I am really looking forward to working at the new Longs Peak Hospital, and I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Greg Louie.
Hello, Greg Louie, 1240 Columbia Drive, Longmont. I am against the building of the new hospital, and I'm not really sure why, but I know that we don't need it because we already have one. It's very close to us. We don't need to go to the hospital. I know this is all emotion, but that's what I'm here for, because it is emotional for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Peter Schmidt.
Hello, I'm Dr. Peter Schmidt, and live at 430 Pratt, and I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I was raised in Longmont and have been here since 1960, went away and got my training, and been in practice 23 years as a head, neck, and plastic surgeon. And I want to share my heart on the city. I do feel also, as expressed, I trained at many facilities and came back, spent time at Rose, PSL, Boulder Community, and I feel that Longmont has a superior hospital here, and I saw it in the growth stage. We live in a community where all lives matter, and as medical practitioners, we serve our patients offering hope, emotional comfort, and care. Our medical community was built off a humanitarian commitment and sincerity for lives, requiring sacrifices, compromises, and at the end, purposeful direction by many. The commitment to this community has been uncompromising quality to patient health, and this environment as it stands has remained progressive and insightful. It required, however, unity rather than divisiveness, where physicians of all specialties meet at the hospital to collaborate, discuss best practices for patients, technology, cost containment, and care for our patients. The one thing that was brought up tonight is Longmont and the Salud Clinic do not turn anybody away from their doors. Whoever they bring to the emergency room, we care for. All the specialists get involved in its very altruistic spirit when the patient comes in the door. The Longmont United Hospital is about people of Longmont. It is a crown jewel in philosophy, technology, and practice. Endless hours have been dedicated to the Longmont United Hospital by volunteers, employees, and physicians alike, serving at any time, at any hour. Many have considered our hospital a legacy in their investment and have donated their estates and loved ones to the trust of this hospital and community. The question asked to all, should we be guardians of their wills? The medical environment now stands and has to be passed on from the hands of the medical to the political leaders, and many changes have gone on. Just a few things. We've lost our cardiac heart program, the closure of our psychiatric department, loss of many independent medical practices.
Sorry, but your 2 minutes are up. We have like 43 people that are signed up. So, Lard Kagan.
My name is Laird Kagan, and I've been a practicing internist in Longmont for 23 years. I live at 521 Gay Street in Longmont. I am also a former president of Boulder County Medical Society, and I really mean former because my term just ended 3 days ago. However, I'm not here. I'm here to speak for myself and not for the Medical Society, and I'm here to oppose building of a new hospital in our city. I actually don't support either the Centura Hospital System, Longmont United Hospital, nor University of Colorado Systems and Longmont Clinic. Those two systems are fighting it out for turf in the community. They each want to make the most money that they can in the community, in my opinion. So as it turns out, Centura has a hospital, and Longmont and University of Colorado doesn't have a hospital, and they want one, so they want to build one. As has been pointed out many times tonight, there aren't enough patients to fill Longmont United even halfway, so that it seems like it's unnecessary to build another hospital. It's also clear, and many people have stated this tonight as well, that overcapacity of medical care increases medical care costs because of increased patient visits, increased tests, increased procedures, and increased surgical procedures. So I actually have another suggestion, a better suggestion, I think, and that is that the two hospital systems should work together to carefully plan for the future of medical care in Longmont. We should not be rushing into building another hospital that is not needed at this time. Finally, I also have a petition from 21 physicians who have opposed this hospital as well. I'd like to give it to the council. And 16 physicians' names you could read, the other 5 you couldn't read.
Okay. Surprise, surprise. Tim Pater. Is there Tim Pater here? Okay, then I'll move on to Patricia Gill.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Patricia Gill, 1732 Montgomery here in Longmont. I am an infectious disease specialist, and I've lived in and practiced medicine in Longmont for the last 20 years. For the first 19 years, I was also working at Longmont Clinic, but when the clinic sold out to UC Health at the end of the year, I now work for Longmont United Hospital. I go to Longmont United every day, and it's an excellent hospital. One of the reasons I moved across the street was so that I could continue to practice in a community hospital. You've heard speakers from UC Health claim that bringing another hospital will bring competition and it'll bring choice, and these are good things, but will it really bring choice to the healthcare consumer, and will it lower prices? I think that's not likely. Building and equipping a hospital is an expensive proposition, and these expenses will be passed through to the consumer. Ask UC Health what services will be included in their new hospital, and tonight's the first I've heard of what their plans are. It won't be a full-service hospital, though, for the citizens of Longmont. I think it'll be a basic outlying hospital whose sicker patients will be funneled to Denver or to MCR in Loveland for their care. And these sick patients who most need the support of their family and friends won't be able to get that care here in our own community. One of the reasons that LUH chose to partner with Centura is Centura's commitment to keeping local care local, keeping our medical care here with a full-service hospital in Longmont. We have an excellent hospital in LUH. We have capabilities for emergency medicine, intensive care. We have minimally invasive surgeries, robotic surgeries, orthopedic surgery, neurosurgery, interventional cardiology, interventional radiology, radiation oncology, and many other really specialized services that would be difficult to duplicate in a small hospital. We have a very skilled and devoted nursing staff and therapist staff. We have a lab with the first in the state rapid microbiology diagnostic test, and it's not at capacity. So if you try to spread the expertise in this community out through a bigger area into two places, you dilute that talent, and you run the risk of causing two substandard hospitals in this area, and that is not what we want. I think what we have and what we need is to keep our hospital that's devoted to excellent patient care in this community, and we don't need another.
Thank you so much. Kevin Kavanaugh.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kevin Kavanaugh. I live at 1854 Sundance Drive. I just have a few points. Mr. Robinson stated earlier today that UC Health is not tax dollar supported. If you take Medicare or Medicaid, you're taking federal tax dollars. He pointed out some of the services that they're going to provide. One of them, he said, was non-invasive, less invasive sinus surgery. I do that. I've been here 15 years. I trained in Chicago. Was one of the first guys to do that in the United States. I have that capability in providing that. To say that's not provided in this community.
What happened?
It is not true. It is not true. Some of the people have stated that with UC Health here we'll have access to more quality care in Denver. We already have that ability without having to have another hospital in Longmont. I can refer to Children's Hospital. I can even refer to UC Health ENT department from my strong hard cases. I don't need another hospital to do that. And for instance, you can refer to Children's Hospital, which is actually affiliated with Centura Hospital, not UC Health. UC Health said that they were interested in serving the Carbon Valley area. Well, if that's the case, then they should build a hospital in Carbon Valley, not in Longmont. We already have a hospital here. Boulder has one hospital. Lafayette has one hospital. Louisville has one hospital. We do not need another hospital in Longmont. We should avoid what Loveland has experienced with the antagonistic relationship the two hospitals have been going at the last 10 years. Please, we do not need another hospital in Longmont. Okay, we have quality care here. All you're doing is going to have two systems. One's a non-clinic hospital, and another one's a clinic hospital. You're basically transferring the clinic docs to another hospital. The care is not changing. Most of the players are not changing. So to say that we're going to have more care, better care, that's just not going to happen. So please vote against this. You were told that you could not vote against fracking. You were told that was a state and federal issue. But yet you stood up and said, look, we are not going to allow this in our community. Please stand up against this proposal. Thank you.
Sheen Mannion. Sean, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a Celtic name. So I'm Dr. Sean Mannion. I live at 2819 Eagle Circle in Erie, Colorado. First off, it's astounding to see how many physicians are here. There's over 30 doctors here. We don't get that many physicians at a hospital medical staff meeting in years, if not decades. And there's people I see here I haven't seen in many, many years, and it's actually kind of nice. But nonetheless, I've had the pleasure of caring for people in the Longmont community for 15 years. It's been a wonderful experience, and I personally am very excited about the possibility and opportunity for another hospital. I don't think I have much to say that hasn't been already mentioned tonight, and it's going to be a long night already, so I don't want to be overly redundant. But the opportunity, the competition that will exist, which I think will make both institutions better, the service that can be provided to more patients, options available, not just to patients, to physicians, to hospital staff members. Far more opportunities will exist with a second institution. I think for all those reasons, this is a wonderful opportunity. I think it'll be a tremendous catalyst for economic growth for Longmont area and the surrounding communities as well. I think it's important that we always understand that this is the bigger city, but there are many other smaller towns around that will be impacted by this in a tremendous way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Powell.
Hello, Robert Powell, 1530 Turin Drive, Longmont, Colorado. I also currently work for UC Health and wanted to echo some of the sentiments of my Celtic friend back there, Dr. Mannion. But no, I appreciate the time to speak with everyone tonight and enjoy seeing our partners in the community here and respect everyone's opinion on the issue and agree that it's a highly emotional topic. But in my experience in general surgery training through University of Colorado at the hospital in Aurora and when it was in Denver, and my experience with the organization since we've partnered with UC Health in January, I've been overwhelmingly impressed with the professionalism and the level of care that's provided at the hospital in Aurora and the facilities in northern Colorado. And I also want to echo the sentiments that we're all excited to be able to provide this service in northern Colorado and add a competition to the existing medical providers in the area for our patients. But ultimately, it'll be the patients to decide where they would like to have their services, and we just want to offer additional opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Clark.
Scott Clark, 11928 Vermilion Road. Well, you got to hear from the pretty boy contingent at the clinic. Now you got to hear from the geezer contingent. I've been working there for 31 years as a dermatologist. And my own little vignette on this, I certainly endorse the building of this new hospital. As a dermatologist, the worst thing I see is melanoma, specifically metastatic melanoma, where it is spread to the brain, the lungs. Generally, when that happens, you die, and usually it's pretty soon. For the last 30 years, I've sent these patients, or tried to the University of Colorado, not just because they've got great expertise and experience, but they do have, as Dan mentioned, a premier clinical research facility. And they have exposure down there to drugs and treatments that are otherwise unavailable. And about 5 years ago, the breakthroughs started happening. Now I see patients back. They had melanoma in their brain, and I see them back 2 years, 3 years, 4 years later. Some of them look like they're cured. This is cool. I mean, this is really neat. These patients are in your community now. They're still running their business. They're delivering health care. They're happily retired. I hear tonight a lot of concern about the future. Well, you know, the future can be pretty scary. Ask these patients. And they would tell you that the way to face it is not to bury your head in the sand and hope it doesn't happen. It's to assess the big picture, position yourself, and go on. And I ask the council tonight to do exactly that. Position Longmont for success in the future. Build this hospital. Thank you.
Peter Wood.
I think I will pass.
Okay. Micon Han. Macon. All right.
Thanks, Mayor Coombs. My name is Dr. Mi Kyung Hand. I'm a family physician. I live at 1674 Stardance Circle in Longmont. I've been a family physician at Salud Family Health Center located at 3rd and Lashley here in Longmont for 10 years. I'm not employed by LUH. I'm speaking today in opposition to the development of Longs Peak Hospital. I want to make it clear that my comments are not directed in any way at the excellent physicians of Longmont Clinic. These doctors have been my colleagues, my specialists, my experts, and friends. What I am directing my comments at today is assessing what the needs for Longmont's health care are and how they are best delivered. Longmont has an outstanding community hospital. Additionally, LUH has been an exemplary partner in providing quality medical care for the medically underserved in our community. As a family physician at Salud, we care for some of the most vulnerable members of our community. And let me say that again, these are members of our community. To that end, I'm concerned that the building of a new hospital in Longmont, 6 miles from LUH, does not serve the needs of our community. LUH is approximately 62% occupancy. They have plenty of room to care for those that need hospitalization. Studies have shown that duplication of hospital services drives prices up in healthcare rather than down. Our Salud experience has shown that UC Health has actually not been receptive to the care of our underinsured patients. If you're a Medicaid patient with melanoma in Longmont, you're in trouble. If the cost of competition is so great that LUH can no longer provide care for vulnerable medically underserved in our community, then these members of our community, and thus our community, suffered. And then City Council has, in approving this hospital, failed to promote the health, safety, and welfare of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Railway. Okay, we'll go on to Daniel White.
Good evening. My name is Daniel White. I'm a practicing cardiologist here in Longmont, and I live at 2808 South Lake Ridge Trail. I think I'm in a little bit of a unique situation because I don't work for the Longmont Clinic. I don't practice at Longmont United Hospital. I work for Boulder Community Hospital as of 2011. And what I'm seeing from my end is as these isolated systems of care pop up, my access to patients is restricted. And the comment has been made earlier that more systems of care would provide choice to the patient, but actually we're seeing that that's exactly the opposite. What I see is I have an outpatient practice that I take care of. When these patients get sick, they go to the nearest emergency department, whether that be at Longmont United Hospital or whether that be at the proposed UC Health emergency departments up and down Main Street. When they end up in those emergency departments, they are then transported to the nearest facility, Longmont United Hospital, or maybe the new facility that's going to be built out on 119. These individual facilities, when they own their own physicians, they restrict access to the outside physicians to take care of those patients. UC Health has said that they're going to have an open medical staff, but an open medical staff doesn't mean that you have access to those patients and that you can treat them. I'm on staff at several several hospitals, and they've restricted my privileges. When my patients end up at those hospitals, they call me and they say, "Can you come see me?" I have to tell them no. They want to be transferred to my care at Boulder Community Hospital. They can't be transferred because EMTALA will not allow that to happen unless they want to pay for that transport by themselves. My point is very simple. These isolated systems of care do not provide any choice to the patients whatsoever. What they do, in fact, is they kind of trap the patients within these systems and restrict their access altogether. Thank you very much.
Thomas Matthew.
Mayor Coombs and council members, I'm Dr. Thomas Matthew, and I live at 7105 Quiet Retreat Court in Longmont. And I've been practicing cardiovascular surgery for 12 years here in Longmont. I currently practice at the Medical Center of the Rockies. I came and was recruited here to start the heart surgery program at Longmont United Hospital with my partner, Dr. Mark Douthit. When we came, we built a robust program, but some things just don't work well without numbers. And with healthcare as it is, the numbers fell. For one reason or another I don't have time to go into. We found a great partner in UC Health who allowed us to continue to see our patients here in Longmont before and after surgery, but provide the care at a UC Health hospital in Loveland. We provide 500 open heart operations a year there with TAVR and all the bells and whistles, but we see our patients here locally. I live locally, and we take care of our patients here locally. Unfortunately, with recent changes, That's not going to be able to be happen. I think Dr. Backup explained some of those reasons. In order for us to continue to give patients in Longmont access to our state-of-the-art open heart surgery care, it's necessary to build this new hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Vella.
Thomas Vella, 1265 Carolina Avenue here in Longmont. Sorry, I'm coming straight from baseball practice where I coach some kids, and I feel very outnumbered since I only have a master's degree and it's from DU. So I apologize. I'm actually not affiliated with any of the hospitals. I'm just a citizen here who's really excited about a new hospital coming. I was born at Longmont United Hospital, and I actually voluntarily have never gone back. My children have all been born in other hospitals. My son got sick this last year. He had a flesh-eating bacteria, and we had to go and see doctors from UC Health. And I'm really excited to see this hospital here. I think it's going to give the professionalism, the care that we've received, and the compassion that we've had with UC Health. I just hold them in very high regard. So I'm very happy to see them. I am a stone's throw from Longmont United, and I do plan on going elsewhere. So the choice is going to be great to have a new hospital. So thank you.
Thank you. Clint Flanagan.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Clint Flanagan. I'm a family medicine physician that's lived in Longmont area for over 10 years now. I have clinics in the Tri-Town area, in Frederick, also here in Longmont, and also in Boulder. And I'm a private family medicine physician in the area, and I've also worked as a ER doctor for over 10 years in oftentimes small rural communities throughout the state. And what I can say, having worked in a number of different hospitals and systems throughout our state and also in Nebraska, is that Longmont United Hospital is definitely a jewel. I heard it said earlier. My second child was born there, and I've taken care of patients there over the years, and also had family members treated there. Very, very good service. So I think that's very simple. We've heard a lot of comments tonight, and I keep thinking about, would UC Health build a hospital here had they not bought the Longmont Clinic? And if the answer to that is no, then why are we even here tonight? I would challenge anyone from UC Health to come up to the mic and say that they would build a hospital here. We're not in a hospital desert, okay? We have a hospital that's very, very good, very close by. And what's going to happen when you bring in another system like this so close is the patient's going to pay. And at the end of the day, for many of us docs, that's the most important person. You know, we take this oath to do no harm to our patients. I think we should take that a step further and do no financial harm to them as much as we can. And what's going to happen when you stick another hospital just a few minutes away from the existing one is there'll be financial harm. Last year about this time, the Journal of American Medical Association published an article that when big systems like this come in and buy up docs, the quality doesn't necessarily improve, but we definitely know the cost improves. It'd be much different if we could say, hey, the quality does improve, because many of us would be willing to pay for that, but it's argued that the quality doesn't improve, and what does is the cost. So I'd really encourage you to take a consideration on your vote tonight. The last thing I'll say is I live 2 football fields or so away, and 60 of my residents in my neighborhood, I don't know of one of them that approved of this, and it's Star Dance, 1512 Star Dance that I live on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Weaver.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. I'm Dan Weaver, 6998 East Dartmouth Avenue in Denver. I'm the spokesperson for UC Health. For the sake of time, I'll just mention our excitement for providing new services here in the community, and that'll be it. We're excited to build a new hospital for you and your residents. Thank you.
Jose Saidas.
Jose Cidas, 508 Minot Place here in Longmont. I wanted to say a lot of things, but They already been said. In order to say something different, I would have to tell you in Spanish. But other hospital, in having more empty beds and double the services that we already provide is not healthy for the community. What we're looking for is help. And so if we do build this hospital, instead of having 50% empty beds in one hospital, we're going to have 20% or 25% in each hospital. We can do the math without even having a calculator. So this hospital is planning to bring 500 construction jobs. The first few jobs from that project, they're coming from Texas. So that tells you how they're going to build it. Who knows where they're going to be bringing jobs from? It's not people from the community working there. Now, 200 positions in the hospital, probably 30% they already work here, so they're not bringing nothing new. It's an employment for the community. And the other 140 positions, they're probably coming from their own existing employees, so it's not going to bring any new employment to the Longmont. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. I see my red light.
Thank you. Chris Madden. Dr. Chris Madden. Okay, I guess he's Brian Reynolds.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Brian Reynolds. I live at 1240 Onyx Circle here in Longmont. And I have lived in Longmont and practiced locally as a cardiologist for 15 years. I only have a couple brief points, but I'd like to add my voice to those expressing concern over the potential addition of a second hospital here in Longmont. As it's been said, we currently have several well-staffed hospitals within Boulder County, and these facilities certainly are not overburdened with respect to the number of patients that they serve. An additional hospital has the potential to dilute existing care, which could prove to be disadvantageous. There are a great number of studies which link the quality of medical procedure outcomes to the volume of those procedures performed by both individual physicians and institutions as a whole. If we have multiple hospitals within a contained geographic area providing the same services, the number of technically challenging procedures performed at each institution and by each physician can be expected to decrease, and this has the potential to adversely affect patient safety. Also, it's been said that the new hospital has the potential to bring new and exciting technology here, but I think it needs to be realized that in a hospital of this size, you have to question how many of those high-tech procedures will be performed there. And it will certainly will serve as an access point to the university, which may well mean that if you need any type of heart surgery, you shouldn't be surprised if you have to be transferred to Loveland or Aurora for that procedure, while we have a full-service heart program available much closer to home in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to end the public hearing now. And I think, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Wise move there.
Okay, let's everybody take their seats and we'll resume our meeting. Excuse me, could we all take our seats? Yeah.
No, White Fox. Fall River.
Okay.
Fall River. White Fox. Keep the ears.
You know, because we have such a long meeting tonight, and we need to manage this, and we've got people from RTD, I just want to interrupt this meeting just briefly to get a consensus from council on whether or not we want to defer the RTD discussion to another meeting. So just a show of hands, if does anybody would like to move the RTD discussion to another meeting? Say aye. Okay. 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 All right. So we'll go ahead and move the RTD off our agenda, and then now we'll resume our normal meeting. So now it's time for the.
I move that we adjourn. Wow.
Okay. So now it's time for.
You got a motion in a second. No, my button wasn't on. It doesn't count. Sorry.
Okay. So now it's time for council questions and comments on our hearing. Is anybody? Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'll start. I am curious about the helipad location. Can someone address why that's where it is from UC Health?
Turn on the mic. Okay.
Am I on? Yes. Right. Well, I'm not with UC Health, but I'm representing them as the landscape architect and site planner. We talked a bit about this a bit more at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, and I can explain that a bit tonight too. Yeah, the site plan might be helpful, just so everyone in the audience can see where it is. All right.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, great. Just make sure I've got my notes here.
It just seems kind of far away from where the emergency room is.
Right, understood. And it is. It's not next to the emergency room. And so when we look at the design of the site in the hospital and all the functions within the campus, really everything wants to be right next to everything else. You want the walk distances to be short. For patients, you want all the services to be right next to each other. So there are always decisions being made on how to lay out a campus effectively with the services being provided. And in this case, this is I can't find my notes here on the... So remind me again about the level. This is a level 3 emergency room. So that's one of the lowest level emergency rooms that we find in a hospital. This is really a community hospital function. And so most people who come to this emergency room, which again is in this location, the southwest corner of the building, come here from the community with a broken arm or an emergency need. This is the walk-in entrance. The parking is extremely close because most of the patients that come to this facility drive here, walk here, and need to get into that emergency room quickly. And they're assessed and then treated at the facility. It is a full-service hospital, but again, with that level of emergency room, there are other facilities in the region that have much higher levels. So, for instance, Medical Center Rockies, I think, is a level 2, correct? Denver Health in Denver is a level 1. So Medical Center Rockies, for example, is a trauma hospital. That's one of its specialties. So it receives Flight for Life patients almost on a daily basis that are flown there to that hospital for trauma treatment because of its higher level of trauma center. It has 2 helipads. One's right on the roof, so you have direct access right into the ED, and one is very close right on the ground. So it's designed for that hospital is designed to have very adjacent helipad for its use because that's the type of hospital that it is. This again is a community hospital. The use for this helistop, this pad, and it's not a heliport. There's no fueling. It's simply a concrete pad, and it is for patients who come here and then they do need higher level of care that would be provided at a community hospital. So they need to be flown out. It happens very infrequently, a couple of times a month, and transferring them from the ambulance to the helipad and to that facility is very infrequent. And again, the compromise there is the daily patients that come, we want them to park close. If we put the helipad right at the ER, that means the parking for those patients would be further away, so the more frequent use would be less convenient for this hospital need. So it's very intentional, the location of the helipad for the type of facility that this is.
My second question is, we have heard that you will not treat everyone who walks in the door. Is that true?
Might let Dan answer that question about the patients treated.
Dan Robinson, no, we do take all comers into the hospital.
Okay.
We do take all payers.
And is it true that you've constricted the use to only university health doctors, and other doctors in the community cannot?
No, we will be an open medical staff, which means any physician can apply for privileges to practice their medicine there.
But you have not granted that privilege to the orthopedic practice that we heard from tonight?
No, it's actually the opposite. Our orthopedic surgeons cannot practice at Longmont United Hospital. They've been restricted.
That's not what we heard from the orthopedic surgeons this evening.
Ask your question again then.
There's a orthopedic surgery practice in Longmont that said that they were told they could not practice at your hospital.
I was not part of that conversation. We are going to be an open medical staff, so physicians that want to practice there would apply for privileges. So I was not part of that conversation.
We've heard from other doctors that do, but those were my three questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Christensen.
I'm going to wait for a minute.
Okay. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. First of all, the thoughts that's been going through my head the last couple hours. Okay, so we have two Walmarts and we're getting a third in Sam's Club. We're getting two hospitals, but we can't get a frickin' department store. I said frickin'. So I guess I've got a couple of questions. First of all, what's the emergency room LUH? Level 3 as well? Okay, all right. And then the other question I had, just out of curiosity, how many people here are not employed as a physician that spoke today? Not physicians. Not physicians. Means if you have an MD, put your hand down. Okay. How many people here are part of the medical community, MD or otherwise, who are here? Okay. That's all. Those are the only questions I have right now. And I've got comments, but I want to hear the rebuttal.
I don't see any questions. I'll just make a couple comments. I think all of us, every member on council, love the Longmont United Hospital. Both my kids were born there, so I mean, this is, pretty tough to have to deal with, pretty contentious issue like that. But that's what you elected us to do, and so we're going to do the best job we can tonight, based on, the tools we have to operate in, and it's a very emotional topic, so we'll just make the best decision we possibly can. Okay, so now it's time for staff. Oh, excuse me, do you have Councilmember Levison?
And thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would just like someone to go over the transportation options at this site, because I know that when we've had other discussions about housing facilities or other development in this area. I know it was discussion with the retail, the Super Walmart, that's just a little bit way down the road here, that there was really nothing but call and ride service. So can someone address what the different transportation options are at this location?
Point of order.
Yeah. Go ahead. What's your point of order?
Can you turn yours off so we can?
Thank you, Mayor Coons. My question is, are we allowed, if the issue hasn't been raised in appeal, and if it's not relevant to the facts or the evidence currently presented tonight, are we allowed to open up evidence?
Mayor and
Traffic,
Council,
and if it's not in the appeal?
Eugene May, no. So Council, I can read from the code, grounds for appeal raised for the first time at the public hearing and therefore not raised in the notice of appeal shall not be considered by Council in deciding the appeal.
Okay.
Councilmember Levison.
You know, I guess some of my question around the transportation was really about the health and the public safety issue, which I think was raised during the appeal. So I just wanted to check in on that option with the transportation.
I mean, transportation is one of the criteria in which you're looking for a plain error.
So what do we do?
So I guess it's a valid question then.
I'm not arguing, I'm asking.
Yeah. Do you want to address the transportation?
So I might just ask questions or some clarity on what the question is. So we have a traffic study that was prepared that looks at all the transportation impacts of the project and in full build out, making projections there. So I have our traffic engineer here who could talk about the traffic study. Or are you asking about the bus system that's nearby, public transportation, or are you asking about hospital?
I guess, you know, what really brought it to mind is that you mentioned that somebody could walk into the emergency room to get emergency services. So I'm wondering, you know, like if someone was going to take public transportation because they don't have a car and they're indigent, they're going to get off the bus, where? And how are they going to access the emergency room on foot? Are they going to drive their bicycle, you know, or are they going to walk the little sidewalk with crossing a 5-lane highway to get to the hospital on foot? So, I mean, you raised the issue just now about someone walking into the emergency room. So I want to see as a practical matter how we would do that.
Sure. Well, I mean, we've designed the site to meet all the codes and criteria for adjacent public streets, sidewalks, pedestrian connections. We have bike racks and bike lanes as per all the city standards. So all those same measures that would be available with any development are available here for anyone to get to this facility, just as, you know, as meets code. Again, we call it a walk-in ED, but again, that's the patient location where you would go to the emergency room. It's separate from where the ambulances take you, and that's intentional. And again, we have lots of walking connections, parking spaces close into that for anyone to arrive in any way that they can. And again, we can talk about the traffic study here if that's helpful too. I know we analyze those sorts of levels of service with that study as is required by the city, either by staff or our consultant.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for you on that issue. Councilmember Christensen.
Okay, the question I have, it relates to the review criteria, which is related to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan that states part of it is the health, safety, and welfare and fiscal responsibility for the citizens of Longmont. So from the consumer point of view, could someone from the UC Health thing tell me if a citizen came in there and had insurance, if a citizen came in there and did not have insurance through UC Health, would they be able to be taken care of there? Because I know that's or would it be I mean, when I went to the emergency room at Longmont United, I had insurance with Kaiser. So I was plunked into an ambulance and for $2,000 shipped down to Lafayette. And if citizens are going to come in and just be shipped somewhere else because they don't have insurance with that hospital, I would like to know that now.
Dan Robinson again. So anybody that presents at our hospital, we will be taking care of them. Some of the insurance, Kaiser, for example, would require that you go to a Kaiser inpatient hospital for service.
Okay.
But all the rest of the payers that we work with, we are going to be able to take care of those patients in that hospital.
Okay.
So if anybody presents at our hospital,
With
basically,
any insurance?
with any insurance,
Okay.
by law, by rule,
Except Kaiser.
we accept them into our facility.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions from council at this time. So now, would the staff like to offer a brief rebuttal?
I didn't prepare anything for this.
No, staff.
Oh,
staff.
Sorry. I'll be brief.
Yeah, but then you're up, buddy. Get ready.
Mayor and council members, aside from my prior comments in terms of compliance with specific review criteria for the specific applications that are before you this evening, I don't have any additional comments to make regarding the information that was presented by the public this evening. I did think that the project was going a little too smoothly a couple days prior to the Plan and Zoning Commission hearing. So, but I do appreciate all of the comments that have been provided this evening to the council. Certainly there's a lot of passion in the positions that were presented. Just to comment, respond a couple of comments regarding Councilmember Levison's question regarding transportation. I know there was some discussion regarding with Mr. Greenwald, our transportation planner, and UC Health about the possibility of working with VIA Transportation Services about providing services in the community through that service, as well as there's RTD call and ride service as well. That's a possibility. I know currently we don't have direct RTD bus service to this location yet. Aside from that, I won't reiterate what I mentioned before regarding the specific review criteria. I will just mention that the common and specific review criteria for these applications and city standards and municipal code do not address the issue of business competition or require an economic or fiscal analysis of the potential impacts that a new hospital or medical facilities may have on existing medical facilities and services in the community or surrounding areas. So based on that and the existing review criteria, that's what staff based our recommendation to the Plan and Zoning Commission on.
Okay. Thank you. The appellant. 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
I think we've heard tonight that UC Health paints a very pretty picture for itself. In fact, I think the Longmont Clinic physicians probably will learn after a few months of actually working under the system that they are very good at saying one thing but actually doing another. You know, in fact, listening to them speak, I myself found myself in times saying, you know, it's actually pretty good, and maybe it'd be nice to have a second hospital. But then I remember firsthand accounts of working with UC Health and patients down at the Aurora Center that were denied pain medication because they were on Medicaid, or Medicare actually, and told that they were drug addicts, or people that were turned away from the Aurora Center with torn rotator cuffs that were not diagnosed because the UC Health wouldn't perform the tests that they needed. Or my great aunt just this last week who was actually denied care from an emergency center from UC Health because she's on Medicaid and could not even pay in cash to be treated by them. So what they say and what they do is two different things. That said, you know, I can't say for certain that there's going to be a 20% reduction in staff at Longmont United. I can't say that there's going to be a closure or anything to that. I can make assumptions that money's got to go somewhere, just like, you know, a $175 million hospital being built. Money has to come from somewhere, and I don't think UC Health is printing it, so I think it's coming out of what we pay for our health care. And for a company that wants to treat us as an expansion campaign, I just don't see a reason why we'd want to support that. That said, well, I do feel that expressly goes into the health, safety, and general well-being of the Longmont resident, which is explicitly in the general outlines for the municipal code for planning. I can say with some certainty that there's no denying that having a helipad all the way up there in the top right corner, when your emergency room is all the way down in the bottom left corner of the building, is being responsible for your patient's safety. One thing that I didn't mention due to time is, should we ever one day get fast tracks in 2055,
That's generous.
the projected path is actually across the ambulatory entrance for that building. And so you might be having to wait for a train should you have to get brought in by an ambulance or go to the emergency room in the bottom left corner there. So those two things alone are not looking out for the financial safety, or looking out for the safety and well-being of our citizens. Secondarily, fiscally efficient is in the general guidelines for the planning in the Longmont Comprehensive Plan. You know, it's not fiscally efficient to air condition or environmentally conscious, no matter what material we build that thing out of, to air condition 2 buildings. If Longmont should capsize, Longmont United, I should say, should capsize, you have a building with millions of dollars of materials in it that can't be used for any other purpose, and it will sit in the middle of your city until you decide to blow it up. The people of the city who bought property in this area were not notified, despite claims otherwise, that this hospital was going to be built in their area, and were surprised to find that they were planning on building this hospital at the Planning Commission, is when they had heard it first announced. So they had no opportunity to reject the plans to put this hospital in place. And therefore, their property is now worth less, and they're trying to sell their property, losing money in the process because it's no longer as desirable of an area. So for those reasons, I think that I do have a case in the fact that there are immediate and long-term safety issues that can go into the construction of the second hospital. Thank you.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Brian Connolly, again for the applicant. And I will say that, and I think the city attorney and I will agree that this might be the first time we've ever been outnumbered by doctors in a land use hearing. So there's been a lot of discussion tonight about the business of hospitals, the existing state of medical care, allegations about who does what, who provides services to who. And the reality is that, you know, my client UC Health's application is not a referendum on current facilities in Longmont, and it's not a time to address concerns about the national state of the healthcare industry. This is a land use hearing, and your decision is governed by the Land Development Code, not, you know, concerns pro and con regarding the state of medical care and that the healthcare industry here in Longmont. And additionally, it's not a de novo review. You are charged this evening with determining whether the Planning and Zoning Commission plainly erred in its prior decision approving this application. So I'll take you back to the required allegations in the code, what the appellant was required to allege. First, that there was no competent evidence in the record. The applicant has not alleged that there was no competent evidence in the record. Second, that the application or that the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision was plainly inconsistent with the approval criteria, as shown by clear and convincing evidence. It was 50-50 tonight on who spoke in favor of who, and so that's not clear and convincing evidence. And moreover, the appellant has not shown that the Planning Commission exceeded its jurisdiction. The appellant's statement, both written and oral, and public comment this evening, had little relevance to the approval criteria. It talked a lot about the business of running a hospital. And therefore, it's our position that the Planning and Zoning Commission relied on competent evidence. It found the application met the criteria and didn't do so in a plainly erroneous way, and nor did it exceed its jurisdiction. And so our position is that the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision was not plainly in error, and therefore we respectfully request that you deny the appeal. Thank you.
Member Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Nobody's pushing their buttons, so what the heck. I'm going to try to upset every single one of the people in this room. And I won't have.
You don't have a heart attack.
I won't have to try very hard. Yeah, it's true. Cooney's got my back. I might die of a heart attack, but I'll go out with a good shoulder. Yeah, go out with a good shoulder. So I guess that, first of all, I mean, I want to touch on a couple things. First of all, are my personal views, but also I want to address the legal standard. So before we get to the legal standard, before this matter came to council, I had an opportunity to talk to lots of you before it actually became a quasi-judicial hearing. And you are aware that emotionally speaking, I've got a soft place in my heart for LUH. I love Mitch Carson, love their administration, love the hospital. I've walked in there before and had the thought, God, what's kind of weird is my body will go in this morgue. You know, so I mean, those. I mean, I feel I have an affinity for Longmont United, but and so yeah, I know. But if I had, I mean, so if it were up to me, you know, I wish that UC wasn't coming into our community because it creates division. We hear a lot of division here tonight. Unfortunately, however, my feelings and emotions aren't what. That's not my obligation and my duty. The first obligation is to ask, was there plain error on the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission? And so, and I think that there was no evidence presented tonight about any decision not being supported by evidence in the record. That wasn't an argument tonight, nor was there an argument that the Planning and Zoning Commission exceeded its authority or jurisdiction. That wasn't there. So we're only dealing with, is the decision plainly inconsistent with the review criteria? And we listed out that criteria, and I don't think, as we look at it, is the application consistent with the Longmont? Actually, we'll do that one last. Is the application, does it comply with the applicable design standards and construction specification? That wasn't an issue tonight. There was no evidence presented. The application is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zone and purposes. That wasn't presented tonight. The application will not significantly adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment, existing or planned city transportation, et cetera, et cetera. It's not talking about the community at large, as much as perhaps I emotionally want it to. And last but not least, the application includes an appropriate transportation plan, including multimodal transportation access, et cetera, which again was not brought up in the appeal. So what was brought up in the appeal was, is it consistent with the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan? And the standard is one of clear and convincing evidence. And as a lawyer, I'm always in court, and I'm dealing with this stuff. And way over here, you have preponderance of the evidence, which is 50-50. And over here, you have beyond a reasonable doubt, which is like slam dunk, I think you did it. Clear and convincing is somewhere in between. And I heard a lot of opinions and anecdotal evidence tonight by a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people with a vested interest. People who have either entered contractual agreements with one of the two entities, people who belong, basically you've got Team UC and Team LUH, and most of the people who talk tonight belong to one of those teams. And as I sit here thinking, I'm like, well, what would we do if we were here with a bunch of attorneys? We had 30 attorneys in the room, and I wanted to make the argument that, what? Run, right? You know, what happened if I wanted to build a new building here in town and said, look, I mean, I want to build a new law firm. And everyone's like, we have plenty of attorneys. You know, come on. You're going to get worse service because I'm not going to have as many cases, and I'm not going to read as much and get to go to court as much, and I'm just going to suck because now there's all these attorneys. I mean, I don't buy the, having taught at the lead school, having, you know, have an MBA, have dabbled in the world of business, research, theory, consultation. I don't buy the dilution argument. The good news tonight is, as I look around, we have a lot of really smart, talented healthcare providers in this community. And so the one thing I know about doctors is you're really smart, And if you see we vote and it goes forward, I have no doubt that it'll all work out. But I do have some advice, and that is for Dan Robinson. You can see, I know many of the people here, and you can sense a division in this community, in our healthcare community, that I don't think is healthy. And would encourage you to reach out to Mitch Carson and his crew, and you guys figure out some way to make it so that our talented physicians aren't worried about where they're going to practice, where their patients are going to go. And somebody needs to start calling truce and building bridges. And since Mitch isn't here, but I do know Mitch, and he'd probably take your phone call. So I'm going to be voting no on the planning and zoning appeal. That's how I kind of see it, as much as I know that it's going to upset at least half the people here.
Councilmember Christensen.
Okay, the problem number one is that we're here precisely because of the elimination of the federal certificate of need in 1987 solely for which also came to include Colorado. And that was done for political reasons to increase the profits of healthcare industry, and that's why we're here. We would not be here. They wouldn't be building this if there was a certificate of need. But we can't do anything about that. That is a national and a statewide issue. The second problem is the new ruling that we decided on that changed what could be appealed and how it could be appealed, that we changed in the spring. And this means that council really can't appeal anything unless we show that planning and zoning has made a mistake. And the only criterion on which we could possibly appeal that is the review criteria, which refers to the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan. And as Councilman Bagley has said and run through those criteria, sad to me, I don't see that there has been an overwhelming evidence that the health, safety, and fiscal responsibility for the citizens of Longmont would be in jeopardy. I feel that it would be, but I don't see the evidence. And I'm like all of us here, as Councilman Bagley said, we are very devoted to Longmont United Hospital, which was founded on, which was donated, came from donated funds and then community efforts and bonding, and we don't want anything bad to happen to that. However, they've been struggling for a while, and that's why they made a deal with Centura. And I do feel like this is going to impact that hospital heavily because they already have been struggling, and they've had to shut down things like the mental health program, things that we really do need. So I worry greatly about the effect of that. On the other hand, affiliating with I've spent the last 15 years of my life promoting the research at Anschutz Center in Denver, which they're affiliated with. I really think we are doing, it would be a wonderful benefit to have some affiliation with this hospital that has such incredible research going on as is going on down at the Anschutz Center. And also CSU, which is doing wonderful things. The problems we see in this room are because of the quality of the strange setup that the United States healthcare system is. And that isn't going to be solved in this room either. That's a national problem, and all I can say is the things that we can appeal on have not been proven to my way of thinking. And that leaves us, given what our legal position is on this, what our job is, it doesn't leave us with much ability to grant this appeal, in my opinion. And I'm sorry about that because I worry terribly about the effect on the Longmont United Hospital. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, it is an emotional issue to get, as it was mentioned earlier, all these physicians in one room. Quite unheard of. There is division on both sides, and I blame both sides. And some of you are my doctors, and some of you may be my doctors in the future, but as Councilmember Bagley said, I wouldn't only suggest that UC Health reaches out, but Centura as well, and Longmont United Hospital. It was also mentioned that the patients should come first. All I'm hearing is a lot of emotion, and the appeal and the things we're supposed to appeal on have not been met. The wood potential, I don't find any evidence that if this hospital is built is going to potentially diminish LUH. And I will say it's an emotional issue for me. Both my kids have been born there. I've had procedures there, and I had good service. Some people haven't. But to say that I have not seen where having one or the other is going to make one or the other better. Not only has the healthcare system in this country also gone into a shambles, we also have, it was mentioned earlier, in Public Divided to be Heard, the Affordable Health Care Act. What has that done to both systems? We had a local hospital, independent, who is now joined with a larger branch hospital system, and now we have another system that wants to come into Longmont. My insurance rates went up when the Affordable Health Care Act is enacted, and it's going to go up again here real soon. In fact, we see it in our budget that we just passed this evening. We had to pass a 7.5% increase to our to the employees of the city of Longmont. And then, of course, we hear from one side, if you're not with us, you're against Longmont United Hospital. Or if you're against UC Health, it's because you're trying to keep, and I actually heard this word from a resident, a monopoly for Longmont United Hospital. So we're damned if we're do and we're damned if we don't on an emotional level. But you take the emotional side out of it, the appeal, had we passed some of those items regarding how an appeal goes to council, we wouldn't be here today. Because we would have had someone look it over to see if the appeal actually met the criteria that we had, and if it didn't, they would have a time to cure to make the appeal better. The appeal, in my view, doesn't meet the criteria for even an appeal.
Councilmember Levison.
So some things that people should know about me. My father was a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. My mother was a nurse. My aunt is a nurse. We have a lot of medical background in my family. Also, Mr. Barry, I stood on that side of the podium for 2 appeals that I did as a regular citizen under a different set of rules that you had to operate under. One of them was a neighborhood issue, and then, talk about tilting windmills, I appealed the Super Walmart decision. So 1-1, obviously which one I lost, everybody knows. So I have great admiration that you threw your name in and did obviously preparation and studied the issues. However, I really wish you would have been able to address some of the criteria that might have given you a better case. We can't do anything about it at this point. The other thing is that this is almost, as other council members has mentioned, a King Solomon's choice. Do we divide the baby? I think that a lot of what we heard for testimony tonight, frankly, was not, most of it, sticking to any of the criteria that we can actually make decisions on. And I think everybody understands where the medical profession is in this community. there are things that I learned tonight that will probably help me in the future make some medical decisions. I had no idea about independent practices and how people get hospital privileges. I think that there's a great education process council's gone through tonight, and because of the appeal, I think the community watching out there in TV land or online has learned a lot as well. I just hope, again, echoing others' opinions, that we can have these two hospitals coexist and not try to kill each other. And it's not going to be to the benefit of our community, and certainly not of surrounding communities, who residents from all these other communities to the east and people to the south and north and west have used United Healthcare, Longmont United Hospital. They've used Longmont Clinic, and they will want to use services where the physicians they've been going to are going to be with the University of Colorado facility. These kind of evenings are really the most difficult for council members. There's no win for anybody, exactly, but I think that for me, the win is not just the decision tonight, but also how much information has come. And I think I want to thank everybody who has written, who testified in front of Planning and Zoning, who testified tonight, because I think you've brought a different discussion to what is normally a Planning and Zoning kind of cut and dried. The other thing is our Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan is kind of fuzzy. You could make an argument for almost every single one of the lines in the comp plan for or against, that the perfect site plan, the perfect project could still have things interpreted differently in the comp plan. And when we're looking at this quasi-judicial presentation as we have tonight, you really have to find things that are rock solid that you have proof on. And I just hope that everybody can move forward together, because I think what we heard tonight is everyone has the best interests of our community in mind here. And let's see if we can't heal some wounds that are obvious, and hope for the best. And again, I don't see any reason not to uphold the Planning and Zoning decision.
I guess I want to weigh in here. It is hard to be in this position where we have to separate all this emotions from the facts and just make decisions based on facts. And I try to do that the best I can. I love Longmont United Hospital. Both my kids were born there. Fortunately, we've never had to use the services there because our family has been extremely healthy, and we don't go to hospitals. So, but that's just a blessing. I know it could change overnight, but I'm left with no other choice but to uphold the decision by Planning and Zoning at this time. I just don't see, if I'm really doing my job that you elected me to do, I pretty much have to do that, as much as I would like to do something different, but that's what I'm going to do. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I was born at Longmont Hospital before it was United. And at that time, after that time actually, when it was time for my tonsils to be taken out, the hospitals had been united. Those two hospitals came together for the good of the community and built what is now Longmont United Hospital. Actually, just a small part. It was just a very small wing. When I had my tonsils out, I remember looking out the window and seeing rabbits running in the field. I had my children at Longmont United Hospital. Longmont United Hospital saved my son who had meningitis. It's very close to my home and very close to my heart. I'm angry. I'm angry that you guys have not gotten along with the hospital and the clinic docs. I don't know who's to blame, but it makes me angry. And if I could, I'd throw you all in a room and you couldn't come out till you figured it out, quite frankly. But I don't get to do that. I'm not the queen. I'm just one of 7 on the council here. Thank you, Ryan. Anyway, A second hospital is not needed. Our hospital is only 50% full, but there is no evidence that Planning and Zoning's decision should be overturned because the review criteria has been satisfied. I know that in my heart that Longmont United will be fine because of the good doctors who are still there. And I'm sorry that we have this rift in our community, and I really wish you guys would figure it out.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, we could hash review criteria all night, but I don't really think we need to say a whole lot more about it. I don't feel the appellant has met the bar for overturning the appeal, overturning the Planning and Zoning's decision. And I'd just like to throw in a personal note here that 2004 I was diagnosed with leukemia and was in a phase 3 study, had to go to Denver to get treatment. So you don't always get what you want where you want it. And I was so lucky to have one of the best doctors in the country that does peripheral stem cell transplants. And I've been out of that transplant for 11 years now. And I think that's because Colorado has some of the best health care in the world. And we have to recognize that. And I believe that each facility does demonstrate their own strengths and their own weaknesses. There's nothing you can do about your weaknesses, but you can definitely build on your strengths. And I would like everybody to think about how can we work through the rift and end up with a better healthcare system overall. And I would encourage, bottom line, that having clinical trials at UC Health is a great thing, and I think the public will benefit from that in the long run.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I'm probably just as upset as Councilmember Finley. So with that, I move to uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission finding the application meets the review criteria.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. One other thing that's not part of the criteria that I would like people at least to understand, because it was stated tonight that if this hospital is being built and it's supposed to service the people of Frederick, Firestone, and Dacono, go out there and build it. What people might not understand is it's being built next to County Line Road 1. County Line Road 1, you could almost take a human arm, throw a rock over McLean. That is Firestone. So even if we had found, and we haven't voted yet, but it sounds like we're going to, even if we find that the review criteria wasn't met, doesn't mean that Dan Robinson and his team aren't free to move 150 yards to the east and build a hospital in Firestone. We would be more than willing to allow that to happen. So Firestone is not east of I-25. It's east of County Line Road 1. So those of you who probably have already left, but those of you who are leaving disappointed, upset at us, know that had we voted the other way, you probably still would have gotten this. And we've learned that from other developments that we've said no to that have built in Firestone on the other side of County Line Road 1. And Mr. Berry, just so you know, you did a fantastic job. You know, I don't know what you do for a living. You didn't mention that. You're awesome. You know, just well thought out, well presented. You gave as good an argument as you could have, given these facts. So by no means was this a loss for you personally. This was look what you did. I wish I could get my doctor to return my call, let alone 50. So hats off to you.
Okay, we got a motion, a second.
Mayor, before you vote,
Yes.
if I can interject.
Okay.
So the Land Development Code requires that the council decision on appeal be by resolution or ordinance. Staff has prepared a resolution in the packet labeled A on page 489 that upholds the decision of Planning and Zoning Commission. I would recommend that you incorporate that resolution into your motion, if it so pleases.
Okay, Councilmember Santos, is that fine?
It's resolution, it's blank, so blank A, okay. So, I'm sorry? 90?
Yeah, resolution.
I used to be a clerk, so I had to remember those numbers. I hated it. So, with the prior motion, adding on to this to approve resolution R 2015-90. Do I need the A?
Yeah.
A.
Second.
Okay. Okay, now we're ready to vote. And that passes 7-0. Okay.
Mayor Coombs, you moved the RTD discussion. So your next item of business is designation of voting delegates to the National League of Cities annual business meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Levison?
Yes, Mayor. I am going to National League of Cities, and I need to be at the annual meeting. My committee has rewritten our chapter of the policy book, and so I will be there. So I volunteer to be our voting delegate.
Okay, Councilmember Santos.
I was going to volunteer for the same thing. So, I volunteer.
Can we have 2 delegates?
No. You can have a voting delegate and an alternate in case that voting delegate can't be there. We get 2 votes, but one person casts both votes.
I'm there all week.
Okay. Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So my question is, we can still appoint a delegate, even though if Councilmember Levison is our mayor, then she's on council. If for some reason...
I'm still on council until the 9th of...
Oh, okay. All right. All right, cool. Just check. That was my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Term isn't due until Monday.
Monday.
Councilmember Christensen?
I thought that cities of 90,000 up to 99,000 had 2 votes. No?
They get 2 votes, but only one person casts both votes.
Oh, okay. I got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Levison?
And just to be clear, National League of Cities has a very, very strict procedure around this. So if we name our delegate and for some reason someone, one of them or the alternate do not communicate and they do not register to pick up the voting packet, then we are without a vote. So it does take some coordination and communication. So that's why, I have a full intention of I've already blocked off that afternoon, and that's why I volunteered. And Councilmember Santos and I had a conversation about NLC stuff, but we never even talked about this. So I did not know that you were wanting to do it too.
I guess Councilmember Santos.
Well, yeah, and Councilmember Levison's right. I have been the voting delegate before. I am planning on being there until late Sunday night because I have to come back for some organizational meeting on Monday after an election. So, I've done it, know the procedure, been through it before.
Okay. Councilmember Levison?
Thank you, Mayor. So my suggestion is we just, do a vote.
Okay.
So I don't know if...
I did not bring ballots, so if you have a slip of paper, you can certainly fill it out,
Fine.
put your name on it, and then who you're
Okay.
voting for.
Thanks.
Put both your name and who you are voting for on it.
They're the only one.
I would assume whoever is not, doesn't get this will be the alternate.
Really? That's small?
Yeah.
Give me a whole piece of paper. No, I agree with you. 100%. It's ridiculous.
Sandy's going to read them and I'll tally them.
You want me to say who voted, yeah? Okay.
Holly voted for Sarah. Jeff voted for Gabe. Sarah for Sarah. Dennis for Gabe. Bonnie for Gabe. Gabe for Gabe. And Bagley for Gabe. But I still love Sarah, P.S. That's what it said.
I still love Sarah, too.
Apparently
So-
everyone
But if something were to come up.
Gabe Santos is the voting delegate, 5-2, and Sarah will be the alternate.
And if something should come up, you know, I see Councilmember Lewison quite a bit at NLC. In fact, we're still having a conversation about why NLC hasn't given us our constituency meetings yet, which I just got an email and forwarded to you.
Mayor Coombs, the next item is your Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 resolutions. You'll need to recess, and then I can read the resolution titles.
Councilmember Santos.
Okay, let's get the old clerk voice in. Mayor, I move that we recess as the Longmont City Council and reconvene as the Longmont General Business District Number 1.
Second. Okay, let's vote.
A little quicker, Bonnie Finley.
I'm so tired. I'm tired.
Okay, that passes 7-0.
Okay. First resolution is Resolution LGID 2015-03, resolution fixing and levying taxes on the real and personal property within the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 for the year 2015 to pay budgeted expenses of the district for 2016 fiscal year.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. Chairman, I move R LGID 2015-03.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. It passes 7-0.
Second resolution is Resolution RLGID 2015-04, adopting the annual budget for the district for the fiscal year 2016.
Okay, Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Resolution LGID 2015-04.
Okay, let's vote.
Such emotion.
That passes 7-0.
I was a clerk. I can do this fast.
Just leave your mic on.
I am.
Take it off. It's all right.
Last time you guys folded it up a little bit, so I'm trying to get it done.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adjourn as the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1. Thank you, Board Member Bagley, and reconvene as the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority.
Okay, moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Not quite yet. I'm gonna turn off my mic. You guys do that.
No, too good at it. That passes 7-0.
No, do you, no, Bonnie, go ahead.
Councilmember Santos. Oh, excuse me, Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Valerie, do you want to read this in, or do we just need to go?
All one step, never mind. I was waiting for you to convene as Laura, but, okay. This is Resolution RLURA 2015-02, adopting the annual budget for the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority for fiscal year 2016.
Councilmember, or Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is David Starnes here? Oh, he's already left. Oh, well. So much for any questions. Mr. Chairman, I move... oh, Jim Golden. That's okay. I move RLURA 2015-02.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Getting loopy.
That passes 7-0.
One last one.
Board Member Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adjourn as the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority and reconvene as the Longmont City Council.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 7-0. All right. Now it's time for final call. Public invited to be heard. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak at this time? I guess seeing no one, I'll close final call, public invited to be heard. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Council member Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just wanted to address the staff. You guys did awesome tonight. I mean, really awesome. Your legal stewardship and guidance was spot on, and the rest of the staff left, apparently. But they did a great job. It was short, to the point, concise, provided direction, and allowed us to wind our way through a very, very sticky situation that resulted in a good hearing, good evidence. People had their chance to speak their mind, and we were able to come to a consensus and give direction and make a decision. So I thought that was textbook perfection when it came to staff and appeals. So thank you.
Councilmember Christensen.
I'd like to thank Mr. Berry for staying. I was very touched by something he wrote, because his mother was a nurse and my mother was a nurse. And yes, and Bonnie's mother was a nurse. So, and this is all the hospital staff. Every nurse that I've ever known walks past the point of exhaustion, taking care of their patients, not because of competition with another hospital, but because they care. They save lives, they ease pain, they comfort the patient while they're suffering, and they're better there. And they are there for the patient's families in their loss, many times feeling the loss as keenly as anyone else in that room. They give not because of some drive for profit or business, but because that is what they love to do. That is what they're driven to do. That is who they are. To equate them to a dealership or retail store was completely disrespectful of that doctor to the men and women of the hospital, and a clear example of either not knowing or wanting to acknowledge how hard a hospital staff works to always do the best they can. And to all the nurses out there and all the hospital staff, we do thank you. That's why this is such an emotional issue, because we do know how hard everybody works. And it isn't just a matter of money, although it has been turned into one. But the nurses and the hospital staff are, they're a godsend to us all, and they don't do it for the money. Anyway, I want to thank all those nurses, and I'm sorry that Longmont Front Range Community Hospital, or Front Range Community College is getting rid of its nursing program, because that just means that it's harder for us to get the nurses we desperately need. Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Well, on a much lighter note, we have Bonnie's Business of the Week. I've been doing this for 4 years, so this is a repeat, but it's gotten to be a place that's become more robust. Dizzy's Family Fun Center at 455 Weaver Park Road, Suite 100. Lots of fun things to do for kids, ideal for birthday parties, special events, team building, group outings, and a fun getaway for the family. They have a lot of Halloween activities. You can go online at dizzycolorado.com and check it out, and go visit Dizzy Family Fun Center.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, it's ironic that you mentioned them. Councilmember Finley, we had my oldest's birthday there, and potentially we should have a council retreat with laser tag with teams. That would be great. Anyway, paintball. I just heard paintball. Just want to remind everybody, if the ballots went out on October 12th. Whoever you're voting for, just please vote. You have a voice. But I would also recommend that you not mail those ballots and turn them in at 543 Kaufman Street, or near or Terry. There is a drop box near the Boulder County Clerk's office, or in the next several days they're going to be having a drive and drop off area, so you can drop off your ballots. So to those candidates, some of them are here. Best of luck. To the candidates that are not here, best of luck. And we will not be here next Tuesday. We will reconvene in November on Monday for the first the organizational meeting, where this council will adjourn sine die, and a new council will be constituted for the meeting the next Tuesday. I will just say it's been for those folks that are running and everything else, it's been a privilege serving with you, and best of luck however it goes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you. Just a couple of reports and notes. Several of us went to the opening of the Community Hub, which is the name of the Boulder County facility on Kaufman Street. It was a really interesting evening, a fantastic building, very sustainable, LEED certified, many amenities for the employees. And one thing I really believe that the city should be looking at with the county building, they have 50 meeting rooms. And we have, like, not many. And so I'm thinking anytime it's the same tax dollars. There's a huge facility sitting there, and not all those meeting rooms are taken up. And so if we can collaborate, if we've got any connection with a meeting with a county person, let's have it there and not and leverage that new meeting space, because we have so little of it within our stock of buildings. Plus, I think it's great to have the city's presence in that building, since now their employees and their clients will be a larger presence in Longmont. I also note with sadness the news that I saw today that the organization Veterans Helping Veterans Now is going to be shuttering its doors. They also had a very good location on Terry Street in a former home, and I know of folks that were early volunteers and board members of that organization, and it had great strength, and it provided great services to veterans by people that were veterans themselves, that were on their own 2 feet and in good standing with the community to reach out and help a veteran who was in not such great shape. So I'm sorry for the loss of that organization. Also, Councilmember Finley and I had a lively coffee with council on Saturday last weekend, and the reason it was on the 24th and not the 31st is because we have the Halloween parade coming on Main Street on Saturday, and I hope everybody comes out and dresses up or not. And also the big event at the museum, Dia de los Muertos. I got that halfway decently. Mm-hmm. And I just want to welcome people, even if it's not, even if you can't pronounce the title of the event, go out and learn a little bit and experience something of another culture, which are a very strong Latino community. It's a great day for their culture to be raised up in the community, and us to recognize very many traditions exist in North America and within our own community, and to take a look at the altars, decorate a sugar skull. That event was such a event my family looked forward to when my children were still here in town at this time of year, to be able to decorate sugar skulls and try to eat them through the beginning of January. So I don't advise that for many people. A little bit of dust and you don't want to eat it anymore. But I also want to caution people with trick-or-treating on Saturday. There'll be a lot of adult parties and a lot of little ones out there. I want to ensure that everybody stays safe, so bring a flashlight, wear reflective gear, and stay safe out there and have a great Halloween. And I look forward to everyone at National League of Cities, and I would hope that we do a little coordination, because I've looked at some of the workshops. There's a lot of really good stuff for Longmont in those workshops. I was also contacted today by an organization who invited all of us to come to one of their luncheons, which is off-site, and I think I'll send that information to Harold, then he can send it to everybody else. And I'll be involved also in Nashville at the last part of our grant work with NLC on the Early Childhood Alignment Grant. And so I'll be in and out of both sets of meetings. So I look forward to Nashville and having great representation from our city there. And good luck to Jeff Moore running for the board.
Well, this last weekend I was invited to the Diwali celebration at the museum auditorium, and it's just so nice to see that museum auditorium being used by this community. But it was such a great celebration. They had dancing and music and great food, and I didn't realize what a great how important the sparkler ordinance was to them, but they really appreciate the city working with them. So I'd like to thank the city staff for reaching out to that community and helping them celebrate their cultural heritage by changing one of our city code things. So that was a big deal to them, and I just wanted to feed that back to everybody that worked on that. Yeah, what a great asset that museum auditorium is to our city. And I just wish everybody a safe Halloween, and I hope everybody gets out to vote, and we'll see what council we have in a couple of weeks. So no matter what happens, I've been very proud to serve this team, and just want to say thank you for everything I've learned, and we'll see what the future brings to this city. So thank you. With that, city manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
Okay, city attorney, any remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.
Look at that.
Come out. Before 11.
Look at that, guys.